Good morning, everyone. So glad to see you made it, Eric. Logging in for class, thank you. Let's get a good morning or a hello or a thumbs up from everybody here. We still have quite a few people that are not here yet, but I will not wait very long for them. Good morning, Azalea. Hello, Carlos, Elaine. Good morning to everyone. It's nice to see you all. At least your names. It is a gorgeous day here in Vista, and I can't wait to spend the day with you talking about connective tissue. Of all the lessons in this anatomy class, today's lesson, next week's, and the week after are really, really the three most integral lessons that we teach that really have a one-on-one relationship with massage. Okay, so Carlos says, how was the retreat? My retreat was amazing. It was sometimes sad, lots of laughter, and got to connect with friends that I met in October and some new friends. And it was a really, really, really fun weekend. So thank you for asking. And it's really healing to be with people who know exactly what you're going through. So there were 375 of us on the retreat, plus all the staff and presenters, and everyone there is a widow or widower. So it's great to be in a room where everyone knows exactly how you feel. So connective tissue lesson is today. Next week is muscle contraction, and the week after that is nervous system. So these three lessons, super important that you're either here, or if you're not here, that you listen to the recordings for sure. So we have 38 people here, which means we're only waiting for 2, unless someone is logged in twice for some reason. We do have 40 people on our attendance, and it looks like everyone has just signed in once. So a few people mentioned that they were having a challenge with the homework, so we're going to talk a little bit about that. But for the people who have not really had a lot of webinars before, I just want to remind you about what you can do if you have any trouble on the webinar. You want to empty the trash, reboot your device. Although the most important fix we have here is when your audio kicks out for whatever reason, all of a sudden you can't hear. The first thing you want to do is go to your audio box on your control panel and click on no audio and wait, I don't know, 10 or 15 seconds, and then click back to computer audio and see if that fixes the problem. If it doesn't, we suggest that you log out and then log back in with the original email that you received this morning, and hopefully that will fix your issue. The hardest thing for me is remembering to start with a clean computer, meaning I shut my computer off before I went to bed last night, and I shut down all programs. And when I opened it back up this morning, I made sure that I didn't do anything else. I didn't check my bank account. I didn't check my email. I didn't do anything before spending this time with you. And that gives my computer a better quality of everything. So we still have people checking in. Let's see, I just see a question come up. Yes, checking in. Sasha, good morning. Erica, good morning. So I wanted to address an email I got from Daniel this morning about students maybe having some difficulty with the homework. Is there anyone besides the person I spoke to this morning that is having trouble with the written part of the homework? Is there anyone else? Okay, we have some few. So we have a few people. Can you tell me in a couple of words what the trouble is that you're having so that I can address it? Okay, you do not want to use Google for the answers. The answers are in your book. So do you have the person who just said, I'm not sure why. Okay, so I'm going to read some responses here. It was very hard to find the answer. I eventually used Google. The pages of the chapter are not highlighted. I'm not sure what that means. The handouts helped. Connective tissue was in a few chapters. Good, so you figured that out. Should we be checking the index for specific words? Okay, so connective. So let me start with all of these comments because I want you all to be successful when you do your homework. It is really important to read the chapters that we mentioned. However, in any anatomy book, answers can be found in different places. So David, your comment about the index, if you guys have your book handy, the index is on page 455. And you have an upcoming homework, which is muscle contractions. So we will address that homework. So if you go in here and you look up, let's say the word myosin, because that's in the homework coming up. So I'm looking up myosin, it's like I don't know my alphabet. Okay, so if you look up the word, okay, I'm going to read the rest of these comments. Okay, I had trouble finding the three main components found in connective tissue and the components found in most. I used the index and also the glossary, and the glossary was used to find the pages. So it's actually the opposite. The glossary gives you definitions and the index gives you page numbers. Okay, so whoever I'm speaking to, did you understand that? Yeah, okay, so it was just backwards and that's okay. So I'm not sure how Mindy addressed doing the homework, but each week there's a chapter for you to read. And we named the name of the chapter, so you should be able to find that in the beginning of the book, okay, when in the chapters where it tells you what page the chapters are on. So the contents and chemistry, cells or types of tissue in the body. Okay, well, I'm not sure I would call it a wild goose hunt, but this is how most students have to do their homework. We gave you a chapter. So I'm going to explain to you how I would have explained it, and I think I explained it on the first day, but we did a lot of information that day. So on your homework, we gave you the chapter that you should read for information. We're expecting that most of the answers will be in that chapter, but after you read the chapter, if you don't notice, which you should notice the words that are on your homework, but if you didn't, because this is all a new language, then you go to the glossary, you go to the index and you look up the words that, like for your definitions, like myosin and actin, and you see all the pages that those words are on, and you go to those pages and read about myosin, and that's where you should get your definition for myosin. If you think that it's too hard, then perhaps you could get your myosin definition out of the glossary, which has a one-word definition: a thick protein that's in a muscle sarcomere. Okay. Lots of comments here, and I'm going to try to address them all. If you have your syllabus tells you what chapter to read, and most of your answers to the homework should be in that chapter, because the tissues of the body, if you just went to the contents, you would see that the tissues of the body started on page 50. I can't tell you exactly what pages to read because I want you to read the whole chapter. So last week, your chapter was the integumentary system. And if you looked in your contents of your book, you would see that the integumentary system, I'm looking right now. We listed it on your syllabus as body membranes and the integumentary system. So it was chapter 4. The integumentary system started on page 63. I did give you the chapter for connective tissue. It was called body tissues, cells, tissues, and membranes. What does the syllabus say? Let me see. Where'd the syllabus go? Let me make sure that we did this correctly, and I'm not, and you guys aren't crazy. Hold on. My syllabus is backward. Hold on. If we made a mistake on the syllabus, I want to correct it. Okay. All right. This one is confusing, and I apologize. This said to read connective tissue or tissue level of organization in the body. So that's not how it's listed in this book. So I apologize. I'm not sure how that didn't get corrected, but if you looked in your contents and you looked up the word connective tissue, you would see that it was on page 53. So we'll give a 50% to each side. Our description of the chapter wasn't as clear as it could be, but if you looked under the table of contents and you found, because you remember the first question on connective tissue for today was to define the 4 tissues of the body. And so tissues of the body was on page 50 if you look under the contents. So I can see where that was a little bit confusing. And so I will make sure that that gets corrected in the future. Let's look at next week's. Let's look at next week's and see what it says and make sure that the chapter is correct. Muscle tissue and muscle contraction. Let's look. Okay. All right. I think that you guys are correct. I think that what happened was when we made up this syllabus, we used an old model and the chapters didn't get changed. So let's see, page. So here's what I'm going to do. We're going to get through our connective tissue for the day. I'm sure you all did your best. Number one, I'm sure you all did your best. And my apologies that the syllabus is definitely incorrect. So I will change the syllabus tonight and I will get it out to you so that everything is clear for your homework from today on. Does that sound like a deal? Does that sound like a deal between all of us? Okay, good. No, I completely understand. I'm just looking at the syllabus now, and I'm realizing that the chapters are not the same as in your new book. It looks like whoever made the syllabus used an old model. So I'm glad that we had this talk this morning so that we can get it clarified. If after class you want to go back, if you want to go back, types of tissue in the body starts on page 50 and goes all the way through page 75 that covers parts of skin. And so again, I'm going to correct the syllabus. I'm going to do that tonight. You guys were not crazy. Okay, but I am going to give you, I'm going to try to do my best to give you exact parts of the book to do this. But again, if you look up the word, and if you look up the word in the index, can everyone see the index on page 455? No, let me start. Yeah, page 455. If you have any more trouble, go to the index. I am going to do my best to make this really clear. I know that our last class didn't have an issue, so I'll just go back to that old syllabus. So June's comment was, thank you, but if we read the chapters of connective tissue and types of tissue homework, that wasn't that hard. So thank you, June, for that comment. Can I also send revised syllabus to Tiffany and Laguna for printing? Yes, I will. Awesome. Yes, I will. So Alexis's comment, the name of the chapter, you can flip right to it and do the work. But again, this book is a very comprehensive book for body workers. So chapters are a little laid out a little differently than an anatomy book. So if I give you a specific chapter and you can't find the answer, please promise me you'll go to the index and you'll go to the glossary and look for the information there, either the page number or you'll look for the description there, okay? I'm brand new to school and online classes. Yeah, I totally understand. I totally understand. I've been doing online classes for a long time and I totally get it. So as long as you turned in some homework today, then you will be getting credit, not to worry. And don't forget that your coloring book can be a resource as well. You can go to your coloring book and you can look up the words in the back of the coloring book as well. So is everyone, okay, so Alexandra is saying she used the coloring book as well. And I think that was amazingly, smart. And I know that once confusion sets in, it's like everything gets confused and we don't want to do anything and we're so afraid to do it wrong. And don't worry, you're not going to do anything wrong. But I can totally see the challenge that happened here. And congratulations to those of you that figured out a way to figure it out. If you didn't because it was anxiety causing, that's okay. We still got through it, and I will get you a revised syllabus as soon as I get Daniel to send me the old one, and I can plug these dates in to that for you. Okay? Excellent. Excellent. So are we good to take a nice deep breath and get started with our lesson? Or can I answer any other questions right now? I'm totally good to answer questions. Did I answer everyone's questions or at least give you some enough feedback to calm your anxiety about the homework? Okay, good. Good, good, good. Well, I love connective tissue, though it can be a little challenging in the beginning of the lesson because it's just not, anyway, you're going to see once we get going. So if everybody is ready, we will get going with the lesson. So Dan or Mindy are not here today. So if things go a little slower, it's just because I don't have my backup today, okay? All right, it looks like everybody's here. Just about. All right, I'm gonna get this. So I know I was in the middle of these slides, so again, make sure your browser is updated. Go to Webinar Loves Chrome. Use the best connection you have. And we remember that we don't have access to the office on Sundays or Wednesday nights. So, yeah. So it's just us. It's just me and all of you today. Today is actually Dan's birthday. And so he is out with his family having a birthday breakfast. And Mindy, I don't know where Mindy is. So, but that's okay. Yes, I called Dan this morning and I wished him a happy birthday and have a really great day. And please don't come to class today because he needs a break. And I'll be with Dan all day tomorrow in the limb class. All right, I'm getting my control panel closed and I'm changing PowerPoints to connective tissue. All right, so connective tissue, it's what holds us together. If you look at the word, right? Connective tissue. Connective tissue is all about what holds us together, what supports us, what protects us, what transports things. But in order to really, really understand what connective tissue is, we need to talk about the other four kinds of body tissue and basically where we find them and then what they do. So epithelial tissue is a covering and lining tissue. Covering and lining tissue. So if you all look at your arm right now, and you look at that beautiful skin that is covering your arm. So last week, you guys did integumentary system, which was your skin. But do you remember the two different layers that your skin was made of? Does anyone remember the two layers that your skin was made of? Yes, the dermis and the epidermis. Great. So the dermis was where we found all the structures like sebaceous glands and sudoriferous and hair and nerves and blood and lymph. But the epidermis is the part that we see. Okay, the epidermis. So your epidermis is a perfect example of epithelial tissue. Okay, so the epidermis, if you remember, the epidermis had its own group of layers, started with stratum basal, stratum spinosum, stratum granulosum, and then stratum corneum, unless it was your palms of your hands or the soles of your feet, and then it had another layer. So your epidermis is epithelial tissue. So we also see listed here your mouth, your nose. So epithelial is a covering and lining tissue. So your epidermis is a perfect example of a covering tissue, okay? A lining tissue would be inside your mouth, the shiny skin inside your mouth, inside your nose, inside your entire digestive tract from your mouth and your nose all the way through your throat, your esophagus, your small intestine, your stomach, your large intestine, all the way out through the other end is all lined in epithelial tissue, a covering and lining tissue. So if you thought of your digestive system, your mouth, your all your intestines, your epidermis of your skin, what do you think, if you thought about it just a minute, what do you think the most important function of epithelial tissue might be? It covers things and it lines things. So what do you think it might do? So protection is a good one. But there, yes, protection is awesome, and it is a very big job of epithelial tissue. But there's an even more important job. I'm going to tell you what it is. It allows things to pass through it. Absorption and secretion. It allows, so when you put lotion on your skin, the reason it can get into the dermis is because it passes through the epidermis. When you eat food and it passes through your small intestine, it's epithelial tissue that brings your nutrients into your blood. It's epithelial tissue in your colon that brings the water back out of your food and puts it into your body. In your mouth, if any of you take homeopathic remedies or sublingual vitamins, it's because of the epithelial tissue inside your mouth that those vitamins can cross over the barrier through your dermis and into the bloodstream. Okay, so epithelial is a covering and lining tissue. And yes, your epidermis is a huge protection for your dermis underneath. But its greatest job is that it allows things to move in and out, because we know that sweat comes out, oil comes out, lotions, essential oils, medications go in. I haven't explained connective tissue yet, Carlos. Right now we're on epithelial tissue. So I'm kind of blah, blah, blahing all about epithelial tissue so you understand the difference, okay? All right, so does everyone understand that I'm still talking about epithelial tissue? Okay, good. Excelente. Okay. So I hope you have a good understanding of epithelial tissue is anywhere you have connection with the outside world, in your mouth, in your nose, in your eyes, in your ears, in your anus, in your vagina, anything that needs to absorb or secrete. Okay, so even your esophagus that secretes mucus, it's lined in epithelial tissue. Yes, that's also what lines the digestive tract. Yes, epithelial tissue. Yes, it's a covering. So if you write that it's a covering and lining tissue, it's always anchored to another tissue. You never find it alone because it doesn't have its own blood supply. It needs to be connected to another tissue. And when you look at your skin, your epidermis is connected to the dermis, okay? It's connected to the dermis. So it's a covering and lining. It allows for absorption. It allows for secretion. It allows for excretion. Okay, things move in and out, in and out, in and out, depending on where the tissue is. All right? Everyone feel kind of like they know a little bit about epithelial tissue? Excellent. Okay. The next one is hiding behind my question box, but I believe it's muscle tissue. Okay, so we have 3 types. Let me answer a question really quick. I'm trying to move my question box. I'm so sorry. Okay, so Carolyn is asking, so if the epidermis is epithelial tissue, what kind of tissue is the dermis? So the short abbreviated answer is that most of the tissue in the dermis is connective tissue, but it's connective tissue holding all of the little organs together, like the sebaceous gland, so that's a gland. The sudoriferous gland, that's a gland. So last week when you did skin, you know that the skin is called the integumentary system. And a system is when cells and different tissues and different organs and glands come together to make a big system. So within your dermis, you have nervous tissue, you have connective tissue, and you have muscle tissue. So you have all of the tissues in your skin creating an entire system. Does that make sense? Excellent. So remember, when something is called a system, like the cardiovascular system, the integumentary system, the nervous system, they can contain more than one tissue that creates them, okay? So the integumentary system contains all four types of body tissue. But if we could actually peel off the epithelial, like when a woman gets a really intense, or a man gets a really intense chemical peel on their skin, and it gets down to where you can see blood or bloody patches, that means that they used a chemical to burn off the entire epithelial layer and actually got down to the dermis where you could bleed. So I don't know if that helps your mental picture or not, or if it grossed you out. I hope you're okay. All right, muscle tissue. So we have three types of muscle tissue in our body. We have skeletal muscle, which is your gluteus maximus and your gastrocnemius. Skeletal muscle is what moves the skeleton. And so that's what flexes our arms and bends our knees and turns our head. Smooth muscle, also known as visceral. I'm going to type the word right now. Visceral. It's coming on the question box. Visceral is another term for smooth muscle. Your viscera refer to your organs. So your erector pili muscles, the muscles around your blood vessels, your bladder, your small intestine and large intestine, your esophagus, your throat, that's all smooth muscle, okay? Visceral muscle. Skeletal and smooth muscle are very different in how they look and how they contract, but that will be in next week's lesson. Okay, that will be in next week's lesson. And then the third type of muscle tissue we have in our body is cardiac. So, Miriam, your skeletal muscles are all the muscles in your body that move your bones. So have you had circulatory massage yet? Okay, so all the muscles you learned in circulatory, your gastrocnemius and your hamstrings and your biceps, all of those are skeletal muscle. Okay, they're the muscles that move bones for you. Someone is asking me to repeat the visceral explanation. Your smooth or visceral muscle is the muscles that have to do with your organs. So some examples I gave you. If you remember the erector pili muscle that creates goosebumps, from the time you swallow until you have a poop, all of that whole long 30-foot tube of your intestines is lined in smooth muscle or visceral muscle. Your bladder is smooth muscle. Your lungs have a lot of smooth muscle. So it's just the type of muscle in your body that moves things, but it doesn't move bones. It doesn't move bones. Did that help? Absolutely. And then cardiac. Your heart is one big muscle, and we call it cardiac muscle, and we'll explain that next week. You don't need to worry about cardiac muscle today, okay? No worry about cardiac. But you have three types of muscle in your body: skeletal, smooth, and cardiac. Yep, cardiac arrest means you're having a heart attack. All right, and our last but not least before we get to connective tissue is nerve tissue. So you have your brain and your spinal cord. And then you have, let me add them up. 31, 12. And then you have 43 pairs of nerves that are full of nervous tissue that connect to everything in your body. So brain, spinal cord, and all the nerves that connect. Now, your nerves contain some muscle, they contain some connective tissue, but basically they are made out of nervous tissue. Okay, so brain, spinal cord, and all the nerves in your entire body. So, of our 4 types of tissue, we started with epithelial, covering and lining, muscle tissue, which is skeletal, smooth, and cardiac, your nervous tissue, which is your brain, spinal cord, and all the nerves that connect to everything in your body. What is left? Connective tissue, which is everything else. So can you guys just start naming things that we haven't talked about? What kinds of things have we not talked about yet? I'm going to give you guys a minute to talk about this. What haven't we talked about yet? I'm going to give you guys a minute to list those things. I'm going to give you about 30 more seconds. Okay, let's see. We've got lots of answers here. All right, okay, blood, lymph, and bone. 3 excellent answers. So you want to put on your list of what things are connective tissue. You want to write blood, lymph, and bone. That's where we're starting. Okay, and then we have ligaments. Excellent, write ligaments on your list. Let's see. Oh, I turned my question box upside down. All right, let's see. What else have I? I'm going through all your answers. Okay, tendons. Tendons. So hair and nails. For those of you that wrote hair and nails, does anybody know what kind of tissue those actually are? Is there any estheticians in the room? Any estheticians in the room? Nails are part of your skin, but they are epithelial tissue. They are epithelial tissue. So for those of you that wrote hair and nails, good guess, but they're actually epithelial tissue. All right, let's see, what else do we have here? So skin is a system. Fat, yes, fat is a connective tissue. So put fat on your list. Let me see what else we have. I'm only reading the correct, not only the correct answers, but the ones that I want you to have on your list. Cartilage. Yes, cartilage. Okay. Blood and bones. Yes, we have blood and bones. Organs are made up of lots of different tissue. Dense irregular is a type of connective tissue. Elastic is a type of connective tissue. So it looks like, so we have blood, lymph, bone, and then we have ligaments, tendons, fat, cartilage, and the big one is fascia. Good job. Fascia. Fascia is connective tissue, and it is the most abundant connective tissue in the body. So arteries are made of several different types. They're made of muscle and connective tissue. Let's see, epithelia, skin, keratin, breast. Can you repeat right answers? Absolutely. Are you ready? So we'll start with the ones that are not so obvious, and that is blood, lymph, and bone. So blood, lymph, and bone. And then we have tendons, ligaments, fascia, cartilage, and fat, but we'd like to call it adipose. I'm going to write that for you right now. Adipose. It's coming to everyone. Adipose. That's the best way to describe fat, because fat has such a negative connotation, doesn't it? So everything we didn't mention in the epithelial tissue, the muscle tissue, and the nerve tissue is everything else that's left. So blood, lymph, bone, ligaments, tendons, adipose, cartilage, and fascia. Does anybody have any questions or comments before we move into the lesson? No? Everybody's good? Yep, good, 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 good. I got 3 goods so far. All right. So, okay, nobody's confused so far? Or you're ready to just wait for the answers? All right, so if we follow your homework, what we're going to be talking about now, where it says give an example of, yes, give an example of dense regular, dense irregular, loose areolar, adipose, hyaline, elastic, and fibrocartilage. This group of answers is known as connective tissue proper. Connective tissue proper. And you'll see that if you ever watch a crash course video. I'm going to type that out for you, connective tissue proper. And it's called that because they're all the ways that our body is held together. And then the other 3 that are not in that list are the less obvious ones, called blood, lymph, and bone. And at the end of most of these questions, we will talk about blood, bone, and lymph, okay? So we're going to start going through all the examples of each of these categories. And when we change a category, I will tell you that we're changing, okay? So I believe we're starting with dense, regular connective tissue. 10 more minutes, we'll have a break, so we'll just start talking. So dense, regular connective tissue. So let's start with the word dense. Dense means that It's all got a lot of fibers, a lot of fibers. Okay, lots of fibers. And oh, Raquel is asking, connective tissue proper, is this list here on your homework? Dense regular to fibrocartilage. Do you have your homework sheet in front of you? No reason to be sorry. Your questions are awesome. So this list here on your homework, so where it says dense regular, dense irregular, yeah, this is connective tissue proper. And then we'll talk about blood, lymph, and bone a little bit later. Okay, so back to the slide, dense. Dense here means lots of fibers. Regular means that the fibers are going in the same direction. Okay, lots of fibers on dense. Regular, they're going in the same direction. Okay, so ligaments. So I'm gonna, can all of you see my arrow? If I go up and down the ligament here, I'm gonna check here. Okay, you can all see my, okay, good. Okay, so here's a ligament. Ligament. You can see that all the fibers are going in one direction. Okay, most ligaments. We have a couple exceptions, but we don't need to worry about those. Does everybody know the two jobs of ligaments? So they hold bone to bone, and so they don't move, but they stabilize joints. So you're all giving me great yes. Good, Natalie. They maintain stability. So the two jobs of ligaments are to connect bone to bone and stabilize joints. Okay? So make sure you write that down. They connect bone to bone and they stabilize joints. They connect bone to bone and they stabilize joints. So how many people have ever sprained their ankle or wrist or your neck or your back? Okay. So have you ever noticed, a million times, I love that. Have you ever noticed that once you sprain something, it's easier to sprain again? Anyone ever notice that? Okay. Ligaments don't like to be overstretched. And a sprain is when you overstretch a ligament. You might even tear it a little bit. And once you overstretch a ligament, they rarely go back to their resting size, which means that joint is not as stable anymore. And so you tend to have a little instability in that joint. Okay? So that's why you might sprain something over and over again. Our other example here are tendons. All right, tendons. So we can see the Achilles tendon right here. I'm following it. We can see 1, 2, 3 tendons of the hamstrings. Okay, who knows the two jobs of tendons? They connect bone to muscle. That's one, so make sure you write that down. And they also connect muscle to muscle. Okay, so tendons connect muscle to bone, And I'm going to show you how they connect muscle to muscle on the next slide. So here we have some more pictures of dense, irregular connective tissue, which are aponeuroses. So the definition of an aponeurosis is a large, flat, broad tendon. So there's one right here, and here's muscle, and then tendon, and then muscle again. So this tendon, this aponeurosis, which is a tendon, goes over the top of your head. We also have an abdominal aponeurosis here that connects muscle to a tendon. The other half of the tendon would be here, and then muscle again. And then you have the one on your latissimus dorsi. I don't have a picture of that one right now. So an aponeurosis is a large, flat, broad tendon that usually connects muscle to muscle, or they can connect muscle to bone. Yes, Corey, you have plantar aponeuroses as well in the bottom of your foot. So just know that an aponeurosis is a tendon. It's a flat, large tendon. And that the two jobs of tendons are to connect muscle to bone or muscle to another muscle. And that they are dense, regular connective tissue. So did you hear me just say the definition again? An aponeurosis is a large, flat, broad tendon. And this one over the head is a very good picture because they're not connecting to the bone. They're connecting muscle to muscle. This is what helps you with your facial expressions. With your forehead, at least. How many people can wrinkle up their forehead? My husband was really good at that. All right, let me see what slide is next. We might be moving into the next category. Yes. Okay, now we're going to be in dense, irregular connective tissue. So dense again means there's a lot of fibers. Irregular now means that the fibers are going in all different directions. Okay, willy-nilly, they're going in all different directions. And we have so many examples of this that we're going to be here for a little while. Okay, so too much Botox. Oh, how funny. How funny. So we're going to take our first break, and we will come back at 11. Let me see, what time does my 10:59? So we'll come back at 11:15. Go stretch your legs and go ahead and check out for break. Going on break. Thanks to all of you that are putting in back from break. And we have about a half a minute left. I'm just going to get ready to start again. I hope you all stretched your legs. We will continue on until it's time to break for lunch. All right, sorry, I was just moving my chair around. Okay, so dense, irregular connective tissue. What we find here is dense again, lots of fibers. All right, irregular meaning they're going in many directions because of the things that the job that they have. And we'll start with deep fascia. So if those of you who have already had deep tissue, then you are definitely really familiar with deep fascia. So, right, the example that we're looking at in this picture here, we see that we have this layer right here of fascia. You can see where it's pulled away right here. That's surrounding the belly of this muscle. So technically the belly of a muscle goes from origin to insertion wherever you find muscle fibers. So wherever you have muscle fibers is technically the belly of the muscle, okay? So deep fascia is a dense, irregular connective tissue that surrounds the belly of a muscle. And then deep inside here, you see we have bunches or groupings of muscle cells. So we have deep fascia that's also compartmentalizing those right here into bundles of muscles, okay, into bundles of muscles. So this is two places that we find what we call deep fascia. It goes around the belly or the outside of a muscle, and it goes around bundles of muscles. Now we do have a layer here that goes around each individual muscle cell, and it is known as deep fascia, but it is a different type of connective tissue, and we will get to that in a little bit when we get to that category. So the picture that I want you to have in your mind, is that you have all these individual muscle cells, okay? That if they didn't have deep fascia around them, they would look like a bowl of red spaghetti because they wouldn't have anything holding them together. So the definition of deep fascia is the dense, irregular connective tissue that surrounds the belly of a muscle and the bundles of muscle cells. And then we have a third layer that's called deep fascia, and it surrounds individual cells, but it is going to be made of a different connective tissue. But the definition of deep fascia is the fascial layers that surround the belly of a muscle, the bundles of the muscle cells, and the individual muscle cells themselves. Okay. So those of you that are just getting back from break, you're a little bit late, and we've started deep fascia, just so that you're caught up. Just so that we're caught up, okay? Here's another example of deep fascia. When we pull the skin and the adipose away, so if we were to completely remove someone's skin, all we would see underneath over the muscles is that deep fascia layer that covers the outside of muscles. So you can see individual muscles here, the pectoral fascia over the pectoralis major, the deltoid fascia over the anterior deltoid, brachial fascia over the biceps brachii. So deep fascia is what we find immediately under the layers of skin when we remove the epidermis, the dermis, and the subcutaneous layer where we find our adipose. The next thing we would find is this deep fascia. So it's very, remember, it's dense, irregular, connective tissue. Dense meaning it has a lot of fibers, irregular, that the fibers are going in many directions because of the way muscles move. Okay, our next example of dense, irregular connective tissue is periosteum. So, sorry, Bear, go outside. That's my dog. Bear, go outside. Sorry, that's my dog. So peri means around, and osteum refers to bone. So periosteum is the dense, irregular connective tissue. That's what all these fibers are here. You can see it on the outside of the bone here. So bone, although we know now that bone is a connective tissue, it's also surrounded by two different types of connective tissue, one being the periosteum and the other one being cartilage. Bone does not like to be naked. That's when bone gets pathology or disease, when its protective tissues are no longer there. So we'll talk about that a little bit later. So periosteum is the life of the bone. Bone cells come from the periosteum. Blood comes through the periosteum. Muscles, no, periosteum is not bone. Periosteum is, so remember the category that we're still on is dense, irregular connective tissue. And this is another example is periosteum, which is a dense, irregular connective tissue layer that surrounds bone. Some places on bone are surrounded by cartilage, and that's where a bone meets another bone, and we'll look at that later. Right now, we're looking at any place on a bone that has muscles and ligaments attached to it, because this is what ligaments and tendons attach to. is the periosteum. This is what muscles attach to, because not every muscle has a tendon. Okay, not every muscle has a tendon. So the periosteum has a lot of nervous tissue in it. So when you break a bone, a lot of the pain comes from tearing this periosteum. Okay, it comes from actually tearing the periosteum. All right. So the periosteum provides life and nerves and blood and bone cells. It helps nourish the bone. It helps build the bone. It actually helps to build the bone. Okay. Let's go to our next example. All right. So joint capsules. So I'm actually going to go back really quick to another picture and then come back to this one. But here's a real simple, here's a real simple joint capsule. You can see all this connective tissue out here, dense, irregular connective tissue that are making the joint capsule. We can see this piece here, down in here, creating the joint capsule. And I have another picture. Wait, oh, I thought I had a different picture. No, I don't. This is it. So this is, once our joints get put together, our synovial joints have this capsule that holds in fluid that protects our joints. This is also dense, irregular connective tissue. What these are up here is ligaments holding bones together, but then we have these pieces down here that are creating a joint capsule. And here's another example of a very simple joint capsule. So we're still talking about examples of dense, irregular connective tissue. Pericardium of the heart. So peri again means around, and cardium is referring to the heart. So you can see this protective bag, so to speak, for lack of a better term. We have this 3-layer connective tissue bag that surrounds and protects the heart, and it is made of dense, irregular connective tissue. Okay, so dense, irregular, meaning it has lots of fibers. It has fibers that go in all different directions, and it is connective tissue. So the ball and socket, joint, so the question is, so is the ball and socket dense, irregular connective tissue? Well, the ball is bone, the socket is bone, but the connective tissue that holds them together, part of that is ligaments, but there's also a capsule that holds in fluid, and that capsule is made of dense, irregular connective tissue. Whereas ligaments were dense, regular, right? The joint capsule is dense, irregular. They're basically the same thing, but in ligaments, all the fibers are going in the same direction. In the joint capsule, They're going in many different directions because of the movement of the joint. Does that make sense? Excellent. Oh, good. Okay. Yeah, in one joint, if you think about a joint itself, you have bone, which is connective tissue. You have ligaments, which are connective tissue. You have cartilage, which is connective tissue, and you have a joint capsule. So a joint is pretty much made of all connective tissues. Does that make sense? All different types of tissues, but they're all connective tissues. Good. Yeah, it gets a little crazy after a while, right? But now we're talking about the pericardium of the heart. So this is the dense, irregular connective tissue sac that surrounds and protects your heart. Okay? The pleura around your lungs. It's called the pleura. It is also a dense, irregular connective tissue sac that's going all around your lungs. This is a great picture of your lungs because here's the diaphragm right underneath, which is a skeletal muscle. But you have this connective tissue bag around each of your lungs. And when you think about it, everything in your body is connected to what's next to it, which in turn connects it to everything. And it's all connected by different types of dense, irregular, dense, regular connective tissue. Okay, everything from the top of your head to the bottom of your feet is somehow connected to everything else in your body, all the different types of connective tissue that you have. So if you've ever heard of anyone having pleurisy, pleurisy is a pathology where you get an infection between the pleural lining and the lung. And so you might get fluid, which would be called a pleural effusion. Okay, so you even have connective tissue that makes up your lungs. Connective tissue is the most abundant tissue in your body. Another example of dense, irregular connective tissue is the 3 layers of meninges that surround your brain and your spinal cord. So your brain and your spinal cord are all inside a bag, and that bag is called the meninges. Next week, we'll talk about the different layers of the meninges, but for this week, it's just a 3-layer bag. That surrounds the brain and spinal cord. So if you've ever had or you've ever heard of anyone with meningitis, this is inflammation inside these meninges. It's a very dangerous pathology. But you know, your spinal cord comes down your spine to about L1 or L2. So your meninges are a 3-layer bag that come down and cover the entire brain and spinal cord and protect them. So that's a little bad little drawing, but they protect them. So there's another layer on the inside and another layer, and then you have the brain and the spinal cord. That's all, and this is part of how your brain and spinal cord are protected from the outside world. Wow, Raquel is saying that meningitis is very common in Brazil. Yeah, that's unfortunate. At one time, I had 3 people living in my home that all had meningitis at the same time, and one of them had to be hospitalized and the other two didn't. It's probably the worst headache you ever had in your life. Ever, ever, ever. All right, now remember, we're still in the category of dense, irregular connective tissue. I'm trying to show you all the places we find this one category of connective tissue. And your peritoneum, which has the nickname of being your gut sac. So in this picture, we're following this lining around like this, coming around, and it goes in and out and around some of the organs, and then all around in it. So this is your gut sac. You can see this layer of adipose here. Here's your skin and layer of adipose and some deep fascia and muscles. And then you get all the way into the interior here, into your gut sac. So your peritoneum is the dense, irregular connective tissue sac that surrounds most of your abdominal organs. Okay, the dense, irregular connective tissue sac that surrounds most of your organs. Yes, Crystal's comment. This is where some people do peritoneal dialysis. Yes, it is. I have a niece on dialysis for many, many years, but unfortunately, they can't do peritoneal with her. So for her, it's through her arm. But yeah, dialysis is where they remove your blood from your body and they pull off a lot of water because your kidneys, if you're on dialysis, it's because your kidneys are not functioning correctly to clean your blood and make urine. And so they take the fluid out, they clean it, and they make urine for you. And then they return your blood back to your body. So it's a slow process. It takes like 3 or 4 hours, depending on how much fluid you need to have taken off your body. My niece has dialysis 3 times a week, and they take around 15 pounds of water off of her every other day because she has very low kidney function. Okay. All right, now we're moving into a new category. You can see on your homework sheet, it says loose areolar connective tissue. And then it says on your homework, adipose. So loose areolar and adipose are basically the same type of connective tissue. Okay, they come under the category of what's called loose areolar. Okay, loose is telling you that there are not a lot of fibers. So it's very different from the first two that that were called dense. Okay, that were called dense that had lots and lots and lots of fibers. But areolar loose areolar is very loose and watery because it has um, different functions, okay? So we find it in and around nearly every body structure. So sometimes it's called the packing material. It's in the subcutaneous layer deep to the skin. We find some in the superficial dermis of the skin. We find it in mucous membranes, around blood vessels, nerves, and body organs. But the two that I want you to know are superficial fascia and adipose. Okay, so I'm going to look at the next slide really quick. Adipose. Okay, so I'm going to talk on this slide for a couple of minutes because the first one I want to talk to you about is superficial fascia. Okay, so we had deep fascia, right? We had deep fascia that surrounds the belly of our muscles and it surrounds the bundles of our muscles. But then I said that we had the innermost layer that went around each individual muscle cell, okay? Each individual muscle cell, and I said that that had a different name, and the name of that is superficial fascia, and I'm going to tell you why it's called superficial in a minute. So right here, we're looking at a cutting of skin, and up here on top is the epidermis. Then all this pink area where you see all the structures. I know this picture is very familiar to you guys because you saw this last week in your skin day. This is the dermis, and all this pink background is connective tissue that holds it all together. Well, then we have our third layer here. This is called the subcutaneous layer, and all this yellow part you see is adipose, okay? Is adipose. Now I already told you that adipose is a type of loose areolar connective tissue, and it's found in the subcutaneous layer deep to the skin. That's what this is right here. But what we can't see here, what's not in this picture, number one, is, I'm going to show you right now, what's not in this picture is what's underneath is the deep fascia that surrounds the muscles, okay? So if you remember earlier, I talked about how if we took everyone's skin off and then we took the subcutaneous layer where the adipose is, all we would see underneath is that deep fascia that surrounds muscles, okay? That's what we would find there is the deep fascia. And so, but what connects, I'm going to change pen color, what connects these two so what connects these two is what's called superficial fascia, and it connects to the dermis and then down to the deep fascia and then back up to the dermis and down to the deep fascia and then back up and then down and up. Now this is a very crude drawing, but this gives you the idea. What superficial fascia is the loose areolar connective tissue that connects your skin to the deep fascia underneath. Okay? It is, I just said it, I hope you heard me. Superficial fascia, this green line, is the loose areolar connective tissue that connects the dermis to the deep fascia of the muscles. Did everyone get that? It is also, okay, I'm going to say it one more time. Superficial fascia is the loose areolar connective tissue that connects your skin to the deep fascia of the muscles underneath. Making sure I'm understanding correctly. Superficial fascia is part of loose. It's okay. So remember, we're learning categories. So in the category of loose areolar connective tissue, we have two types. We have superficial fascia and adipose. Okay? Superficial fascia and adipose. When we did dense regular connective tissue, we had tendons and ligaments. When we did dense irregular, we had joint capsules, and we had periosteum, and we had peritoneum, and we had deep fascia. We had all of those things. Now we're looking at a category of loose connective tissue. We can just call it loose. And the two connective tissues in that category are superficial fascia and adipose. How does that sound? Does that sound okay? Excellent. Now, for those of you that are that caught this earlier, superficial fascia is also found surrounding individual muscle cells. Individual muscle cells. So superficial fascia is found under the skin and around individual muscle cells. Okay? Now, let me give you an example of how important superficial fascia is. How many of you, well, number one, how many of you take the chicken off your skin before you, take the skin off your chicken before you cook it? All right, sometimes. So when you're pulling that off, do you notice that very clearish film that's connecting the skin to the muscle underneath? That's superficial fascia. Okay, that is superficial fascia. So let's talk about when someone has liposuction. As if anyone knows anyone who's had liposuction, or if you have had liposuction, with liposuction, they go in and they vacuum out this layer underneath the skin of adipose. And okay, so someone is saying that they have a friend recovering from it. So you're going to really understand what they went through. Okay. So when they put the wand in to suction out, what they're suctioning out is this layer here. Can you all see my pen going back and forth through the adipose? Well, what they're trying to pull out is the adipose, okay? But you can't take the adipose without taking the superficial fascia. So for those people that have it done in their abdomen and their legs and their back, the I'll get to your questions in a minute. Let me finish my thought. So when they pull out that adipose, they also pull out the superficial fascia. Now there's a lot of bleeding and bruising, okay? And what the people have to do when they have liposuction is they have to wear a very tight garment, right? So one of you said you have a friend going through this, and they have to wear a tight garment to hold the skin to the muscles, because if they don't, it'll fall because the superficial fascia has been sucked out. So the reason they wear the tight garment is to give a chance for that superficial fascia to heal. Okay, it has to heal with the skin in place so that the skin won't fall down and you'll get really bad scarring. And Raquel is saying that they also need lymphatic drainage, and that's very true because liposuction is very traumatic to your body. It's very aggressive and it's very traumatic to your body because it's ripping connective tissue, which causes a lot of bleeding. Okay, I'm going to reread one of these questions here, and then I'm going to answer it. So superficial fascia is a loose areolar connective tissue that connects your skin and your dermis to deep fascia. Was that your definition? Absolutely, Raquel, that was my definition. Okay, that was my definition. But we also find superficial fascia. I'm going to change pictures here. We also find, remember, superficial fascia is also the connective tissue that surrounds individual muscle cells. So, can anyone think of why we would use a lighter, looser connective tissue around muscle cells? Can anyone think of why we won't use the dense one? Yes, that's a really great response, Raquel. So that they have space to move, the muscle cells. And it's also so stuff can get in and out. Yes, you guys are giving great answers. So the individual muscle cell itself is what needs to get oxygen and nutrients and be able to shed its carbon dioxide and its waste. And if it had a really tight piece of connective tissue around it, it wouldn't be able to do that. And Corey also said so it can be pliable, so it can contract and it can grow. So that's a great answer. Teresa said so stuff can penetrate. Absolutely. So muscles can stretch. Absolutely, to give them space to move. These are all great answers. You're really getting the concept, and I'm really excited. So the innermost layer, I'm going to say this again, the innermost layer of deep fascia is loose connective tissue, but the layer that goes around bundles and the layer that goes around the belly is dense, irregular connective tissue. Okay. I know a lot, but you guys are doing really, really great. So let me get back to my picture where we were. Okay, so a couple people mentioned that they're rethinking having liposuction. And you know, it is a personal, individual choice, but it is very traumatic to the body. It is very, because you are ripping a tissue. okay? So there's a lot of bleeding, a lot of bruising, there's a lot of swelling, there's, it's very uncomfortable, but again, it's a personal decision. And we never, ever, ever, ever want to judge people for that personal decision. You know, some days I say, hey, if I could afford it, I might do it. But, you know, I've seen clients that have had it and it's so traumatic to the body. Okay, sorry, I was taking a sip from my water. My mouth is dry. I've been talking for a long time. Thank you, Raquel, for your what is your comment and your compliment. I appreciate it very, very much. Okay, so what's our other loose areolar connective tissue? It's right here in the picture. What's the other loose areolar? It's our adipose. It's our adipose, okay? Adipose is another type, and it's found wherever we find loose connective tissue. So they kind of, or superficial fascia, they like to be together, okay? But we also find it, so we find it deep to the skin. We find it around the heart and kidneys because it's a form of protection. We find it in yellow bone marrow, padding around the joints and behind our eyeballs is where we find adipose. Okay, so adipose is an energy storage. This is where we store, you know, when we eat food, if we don't use all the glucose from our food, then our body converts it to adipose, to fat, and it stores it in our fat cells. So our fat has some insulating qualities to it. You can see that it gives a padding and a protection around the heart and our kidneys. And then in adults, we have yellow bone marrow. And so yellow bone marrow is where we store energy. And then we have padding around joints and then protection behind our eyes. So adipose is a really great word to use instead of fat, because fat just makes me feel fat when I say the word fat. So I try not to say fat too much. Hopefully you got the joke there. All right, is everybody good on loose connective tissue? Yes, Alexandra's comments, some visceral adipose is essential to our organs. And you know, your brain needs fat. So a fat-free diet is not the best idea. So a question just came up, is blood and lymph also loose? No. Loose areolar tissue? No, they're actually liquid connective tissue, which we'll get to a little bit later. So it's only the connective tissue proper that come under these categories of dense, loose, adipose, and the 3 cartilages, okay? It's only those. We're gonna get to blood and lymph a little bit later. I've got some videos to show you today that will help, hopefully will help. Oh, I'm yawning. I'm sorry. I haven't been breathing enough. So that, let's all take a couple nice deep breaths together. Maybe put your feet flat on the ground and Your hands, one hand on your heart and one hand on your belly. And let's take 3 nice deep breaths. Okay. Oh, okay, Raquel. So Raquel is saying, so did everybody feel good? Take nice deep breaths. Okay, so Raquel's comment on page 55 also shows reticular fibers or reticular. And let me explain what reticular are. So the fibers in all of our connective tissue, the fibers are collagen, okay? Collagen. So reticular fibers are very fine collagen that have a little coating around them, and we find those within our organs. So reticular has to do with organs, holding organ, like connecting one organ to another. So they're very loose fibers, but they're still the same type of fiber. So thank you for bringing that up. We're going to talk about reticular fibers in just a little bit, Raquel, okay? So yeah, reticular are the type of fibers that might connect one organ to another. And those are going to be very loose too, because our organs like to move around. Okay, our organs like to move around. So yeah, I needed that couple of breaths because, you know, the reason I'm yawning again. One of the reasons your brain has you yawn is because your brain's looking for more oxygen, okay? It's looking for more oxygen, and you notice how you take a nice deep breath when you're yawning. So anytime you find yourself yawning a lot, like I am doing right now, it's because I'm talking so much that I'm doing more exhaling than I'm doing inhaling, which means my brain's looking for oxygen. Okay, let's do our 3. So on our homework, we've done dense regular, dense irregular, loose areolar, adipose, and now we have the 3 cartilages, and then I think we'll go to lunch. So David is asking, side question, is there a breathwork class for HHP that you know of? My answer is yes, we have had a 30-hour breathwork class. I'm just not sure if it's coming back, but if you are interested, anything that you're interested in, you should let the office know because they'll let Paula and Neha know. I don't know if the breathwork teacher that taught it is available. If you are someone who is trained in breathwork, you could do a class proposal for Paula and Neha to teach an HHP class. Most HHP classes are taught by experts in their field. That's why I teach lymph and reflexology, because I have a lot of education in those outside of Healing Hands. So just let the office know if you're looking for a breathwork class. Okay, so I think we're going to move into the cartilages now. So our first one is hyaline cartilage. So this is a Again, another category of connective tissue. And the category is cartilage. And we have three types of cartilage in our body. So hyaline cartilage is also called articular cartilage. And if somebody would ask a question or just hit their question box and open my box for me, I will type that in for you. It's also called articular cartilage. And what that means is it's where two bones come together to meet, and what surrounds the bone at that end is hyaline cartilage. So remember earlier I said that bones do not like to ever be naked. And so if a bone does not have periosteum, then it has, which all bones have periosteum, don't get me wrong, but this is the better picture here. So all of this part of the bone, this tibia here, is covered in periosteum. But when we get right up here to the bottom, can you see this little blue line under here, under the meniscus? And a blue line here? This is hyaline cartilage. If we come up here to the top of the femur, I'm sorry, bottom of the femur, all of this is hyaline cartilage, also known as articular cartilage. Okay, and I'm going to type that to you right now. I know that when we did the PowerPoint for joints, we talked about joints being articulations. And so this is the type of cartilage that we find so in joints. So in this picture, they changed the color, and I'm sorry, but here's the rib. Oh, sorry. Here's the rib. And when the rib ends, we have a whole strip of hyaline cartilage right here that connects the rib to the sternum. You know what? I'm making a note to get a clearer picture here. Clearer picture on ribs. Okay, I'm going to close this really quick, and I'm going to find a better picture of costal cartilage. It's called costal cartilage of ribs. So here's a great picture right here. Let me open this one. Come on. Open. Oh, there we go. So here's the ribs coming around the front, and then this red part here is the hyaline cartilage. So the rib ends here, and then you have a long piece of hyaline cartilage that connects your rib to your sternum. So you can see all of this hyaline cartilage here. So, so that's one great example of costal cartilage, also known as hyaline cartilage. And then we have articular, so all of this would be considered articular cartilage, where two bones meet. Okay, that's our hyaline cartilage. Elastic cartilage we find in these three places here. Your outer ear, so if you were to pull your ear right now and you could stretch it, that means you have some hyaline cartilage, you have some elastic cartilage in your ear. Elastic means that it can stretch and spring back. So Alexis's question, so hyaline is also called articular. Yes, it's only called articular. The costal cartilage is also hyaline, and it's what connects the ribs to the sternum. So hyaline cartilage is also called articular. You want to take the costal out of there. Costal is an example of a type of hyaline cartilage. Okay. And yes, okay. So elastic cartilage, you have three main places. You have other places, but these are the three main. Your eustachian tube in your inner ear is elastic cartilage because it needs to be able to expand. And then your epiglottis, which we'll talk about we'll talk about in digestion day. It's found in your throat. It's a little cartilage flap that works with blocking your trachea if you're swallowing food, or blocking your esophagus if you're breathing. Okay? So most of the cartilage in your body is hyaline cartilage. And then the last one is fibrocartilage. So the reason the picture of the knee is here again is because here's the hyaline cartilage here, but inside the knee you have this pink meniscus here, which in this picture it's blue. So the meniscus is a fibrocartilage padding found inside the joint capsule of the knee. And what's unique about fibrocartilage is it's kind of squishy. It gives some cushioning to the knee joint. Another example of fibrocartilage is your intervertebral discs, which you can see that would need some cushioning in between your spine, in between the vertebrae along your spine. And then the third and fourth example is your pubic symphysis. This is also fibrocartilage. This is the cartilage that softens from your hormones, ladies, when you are giving birth to a baby, and it allows the pelvis to stretch open so that the baby's head can fit through the birth canal. And then the last example is you actually have what's called a meniscus in your TMJ. It's actually called a disc, like the disc in your back, because you can see the discs in your back are made of fibrocartilage. The meniscus in the knee is made of fibrocartilage. The pubic symphysis, and then this type of meniscus in your temporal mandibular joint, which is where your mandible meets your skull on your temporal bone. It's painful when you get that weeks before you give birth. Yeah, it is. It can be painful. And in fact, the hormones that are released start getting released in your third trimester. And it doesn't really differentiate between any of the other cartilages in your body. And this is why sometimes pregnant women, their feet can get bigger or their joints get weak, because it softens all the connective tissue in your body, which is, if you're not somebody who is already a runner, this is why they don't want you to do certain things in your pregnancy in the late stage, because if your body wasn't used to it, you can injure yourself. So the question is, did you say that meniscus, the disc in your ear canal, No, it's not in your ear. It's in your temporal mandibular joint. Right here, the picture, right here. But yes, the meniscus in your knee. So these are both fibrocartilage. I'll go back to the first picture. So here's the meniscus in your knee. This is a picture looking from your head down, and this is the picture looking sideways of the meniscus. You can see it right in here. And then this is the picture looking down. So, and then you have the discs in your back. These are called intervertebral discs. They are fibrocartilage, which are rubbery. And then the pubic symphysis here, in between your pubic bones. And then in your temporal mandibular joint, you have a piece of fibrocartilage right here. Okay? Those are your 4 places. You're very welcome. The nose has both hyaline. So a question from Cynthia. I think you have 2 types of cartilage in your nose, both hyaline and elastic. So the nose is another example, but I can stretch my nose a little bit, but I also know there's hyaline cartilage there. And then you have your septum, which goes in between your noses or in between your nostrils. That would most likely be, I don't know, we should have to look that up. The septum, what kind of cartilage is your septum cartilage? Let me look. What is septal cartilage? It is hyaline cartilage. So the cartilage in between your nostrils is hyaline. Then I believe there's also some elastic cartilage on the top of your nose. Okay. So how is everyone doing? How is everyone doing? Before we go to lunch, do you want anything cleared up or you want to give your brain some rest? Yeah, lots of information, but I hope that the pace is okay, and I hope that if you don't understand it, you're asking questions and that I'm making it clear for you. I know that the confusion in the syllabus probably started the day off a little challenging, but we're going to get that all cleared up. Okay, we're going to get that all cleared up. So I am going to, let me see, write down when lunch ends. Let me get my pen. So it's 12:18. So let's come back at 1:20 and go ahead and check out for lunch. If you need me sending a text, I want you all to enjoy your break and take some nice deep breaths. Hi, everybody, and welcome back from lunch. Go ahead and check in. Hope you had a good break. Okay, so we're going to continue on with the homework. So our next question on the homework, what three components are found in all connective tissues? And I know you'll probably get some similar or dissimilar answers from each other. And so just let me know what three things you might have found that are in all connective tissue. All right, so cells, that's one part of the answer, cells. Awesome, Gabby and June. Cells, fibers, and ground substance. So cells, fibers, and ground substance. Excellent. Wait, I just gave you the other answers. That's okay. So cells, fibers, and ground substance. So let's talk about this a little bit. Cells are basically the cell of whatever the connective tissue is. So fibroblasts are the most common cell in connective tissue because it's fibroblasts in most cases that make collagen, elastin, and reticular fibers. So anytime you see a blast cell like osteoblast, chondroblast, fibroblast, they're all making fibers, okay? And we've already talked a little bit about reticular fibers, but collagen and elastin are mostly the fibers of connective tissue. Now, of course, when we get to blood and lymph and bone, actually bone is also collagen fibers, but lymph and bone are going to have a little bit different fibers. But in order to be a connective tissue, all connective tissue contains three key components: cells, fibers, and ground substance. So the cell will be different depending on the type of connective tissue, although you'll see that fibroblast is a very popular cell. Fibers. We do have three kinds of fibers. We have collagen, elastin, and reticular. However, in blood and lymph, the fibers are going to be a little bit different, and in adipose as well. The ground substance is what differentiates one connective tissue from another. I'll clarify that by saying blood and lymph both have a liquid ground substance. When we get to maybe adipose and loose areolar, we have a soft gel-like ground substance. When we get to things that are thicker and tougher, like cartilage and ligaments, we have a more hard gel. And then we even have a solid ground substance in bone, the calcified minerals. So a ground substance isn't one thing, but what it is what the cells and the fibers live in. It's kind of the home that they live in. So our ground substance can be anywhere from liquid to solid. How many fibers dictates, right? We've talked about loose connective tissue that has very little fibers. And then we've talked about dense connective tissue that has many fibers. And so it's really the ground substance and the fibers that change the consistency or the feel or the pliability of our individual connective tissues. Now, we can also have two other components in connective tissue, but it's not required to be connective tissue. Did anyone see the slide before, or did you find it in your homework? So what's the answer? What's the answer? What are the other two things that you can find in connective tissue? All connective tissue has cells, ground substance, and fibers. So there's two other things they could possibly have. Yes, Gabby, good job. Blood and nerves. Blood and nerves. So let me change slides. So a blood supply, or it can have a nerve supply. Excellent, June. You said that blood and nerves was your second guess. So there you go. So blood and nerves. Does everyone understand why collagen and elastin wouldn't be the answer? Because we already answered that when we said fibers. So collagen and elastin would come under fibers. Okay, someone said they think they misunderstood the questions on the homework. Well, that happens. That happens. Okay, so all connective tissue has cells, fibers, ground substance, but some connective tissue also has blood and some also has a nerve supply. So we're going to kind of go through those examples to look at the differences between connective tissues, and then we'll look at the function. Okay, so dense regular connective tissue, its ground substance is a really tough rubber. So this was things like ligaments, tendons, and aponeuroses. And they have lots of collagen and elastin fibers that they run parallel to each other. Remember, dense regular, the fibers all go in the same direction. And then the cells that make those collagen and elastin fibers are fibroblasts. Fibroblasts. Here's kind of a, not kind of, here is microscopic view of dense regular connective tissue, as in the example of a tendon. Dense, irregular, we get a little bit more movement. Someone is raising their hand. It might be an accident. McKenna, if you have a question, go ahead and type it. Someone asked me to go back to the slide. Okay, dense, irregular. We're looking at a softer gel because the movement, the expansion and the contraction, like dense, irregular was the periosteum around the bone, pericardium around the heart, deep fascia around the muscles. There's more movement here in different directions. So we have a softer gel ground substance, and we have lots of collagen. There's also elastin, but they're randomly arranged. They look more like nylon, like a woman's nylon or burlap, where the strands are going in all different directions. And then, of course, the same cells, fibroblasts. So the fibroblasts produce the collagen and the gel ground substance, because it's almost like they build their house around themselves. I'll give you a second to finish writing this down. And here's, you can see how the fibers are not as tightly woven, and they're showing you an example in the dermis. Where there needs to be movement in muscle contraction, where it's the deep in the dermis, when the periosteum around the bone needs to be able to move because you have different muscles pulling on the periosteum. So you still have lots of fibers, but they're going in all different directions. And loose or areolar connective tissue. So our ground substance is semi-fluid because it's in the it's semi-fluid, and then we have all three types of fibers because they're helping to connect one thing to another. We have collagen, elastin, and reticular, and remember, they're very loosely arranged. This is both adipose, although I think we're going to do a slide on adipose. Let me look. No. So this is covering both adipose and superficial fascia. So we have both fibroblasts and adipocytes, which are which are your fat cells. So fat is semi-fluid, oily kind of, and then the ground substance of loose areolar is very liquidy. I'll give you a chance to write this down. Adipocyte. Someone's asking me how I pronounce adipocyte. So adipose is your fat. Adipocyte is a fat cell. And the thing that's different about our adipose, okay, is that the cells of all of our other ground substances, like, I'm sorry, let me go back. The cells of our other connective tissues like collagen and like cartilage, deep fascia, loose fascia, the cells and the fibers are kind of intertwined. But in the fat, the adipocyte, the cell wall is where the fibers are, and then the ground substance is inside. The ground substance is actually our fat. So here is the sectional view of our loose. You can see how there's not a lot of fibers, but there are some cells, collagen fiber here and here, very, very loosely arranged because of their function. Someone's asking me to go back one slide. Okay, hyaline cartilage. Now we're going to look at our three cartilages. Okay, we have very resilient, tough gel. A very tough gel. But notice that hyaline is the weakest of all of our cartilages. Okay, it wears away fairly quickly, more than the other two do. So the fibers are mostly collagen, a little bit of elastin, because if you think about the rib cage, that was hyaline cartilage that connected the rib to the sternum. So they have a little bit of expansion there when we breathe. Okay, a little bit of expansion when we breathe. And so the cells are now chondrocytes are cartilage cells. Chondroblasts, you see the word blast at the end, those are the cells that make things. So chondroblasts might also be called fibroblasts, and they're what make the collagen fiber and the resilient gel. Okay, I'm going to switch the slide in about 15 seconds. All right, let's look at it under the microscope. So the embryonic skeleton is all hyaline cartilage. And then elastic cartilage, it has more of a gel-like substance and more elastic fibers than collagen. Also made by chondroblasts, which are a type of fibroblasts. They're just a type of fibroblast that makes cartilage. All right, another 10 seconds. And then, oh, sorry. And then fibrocartilage. Remember, fibrocartilage had kind of a rubbery consistency to it. That was your pubic symphysis, your intervertebral discs, your meniscus of your knee, and then that disc that's in your jaw. Okay? So kind of a rubbery consistency, lots of collagen fibers, also made of chondroblasts, which is a type of fibroblast. And it is the strongest of all the cartilages. Okay, give you a second to finish this. And there is a view there of the microscopic. All right, let's move on. Adipose, very fluid, just like, well, this would be straight fluid, very few fibers. Again, the fibers of adipose are found in the cell wall, and then the ground substance is inside. But don't forget, wherever we find loose areolar, like superficial fascia, we find adipose. So they are the loose areolar or the superficial fascia kind of keep the adipose in place. They're kind of like connected to one another through the connective tissue, through the superficial fascia. I'm sorry, that's what I meant to say. The superficial fascia. Okay, so here's an adipocyte. Fat storage is inside. We have the plasma membrane, which is where we find the fibers that make up the cell. You know, adipocytes can grow extremely large. You would be able to see an adipocyte that was full with the naked eye. Where are you asking me to go back to? The adipose? Okay. All right, let's go on. I think now we're going to look at bone and blood and lymph. Okay. So, yes, we're going to look at bone. Is everybody ready to move on? I'm just checking the, okay, everyone's ready. Sorry, I'm having issues with the internet here too. Okay, so bone. So the ground substance of bone is solid. It is made of calcified minerals. So sodium and potassium and magnesium, calcified minerals that are kind of powdery, but they have a really, really high collagen content. Collagen acts like the the rebar in cement, kind of helping it keep its form and its shape. And the cells that make bone are osteoblasts. But we can't make bone without osteoclasts too. So when we do bone day, this will get more clear. But osteoblasts are the cells. Oh, you're so lucky. So did anybody, when they were in school, ever take an egg and put it in a jar of vinegar? Did anybody ever do that science experiment in school? Let me know. Nobody's answering. So the eggshell, okay, an eggshell is bone, okay? It is, eggshell is actually a bone that contains, some people are commenting on putting the egg in vinegar. So the eggshell does soften. So what do you think the vinegar was eating away from the bone? Well, yeah, so a bunch of people are saying calcium, but remember, it's all calcified minerals. So all of the, actually bone doesn't, if bone, eggs haven't, someone is mentioning periosteum, eggs have an endosteum, they have a lining on the inside. So, because they don't have anything that attaches to them on the outside. But you're all getting the right idea. Vinegar leaches out the calcified minerals. So all you have left is the tough, rubbery collagen. And you can do the same thing. I did this with I cleaned up a chicken. So after I cooked my family chicken one night, we took the roasted bone, which is still hard, and I cleaned it all up. I got all the tendons and ligaments and meat off of it. And I put it in a jar of vinegar for about a month. And the vinegar leached out all the calcified minerals. And what I had was a rubbery bone when I was left. So no, it doesn't eat away the collagen. It eats away the calcified minerals and it leaves only the collagen. So now you have a rubber shell. So you guys can do that if you have kids. You can do that experiment with kids, or if you have kids, you can make an entire rubber chicken, for crying out loud. You can make a whole rubber chicken bones by just soaking them in vinegar. The acid is going to eat away the calcified minerals of the bone. So connective tissue, so bone is a connective tissue, number one, because of its functions, but because it contains cells, fibers, and ground substance. So here's a cross section of on the left here, it's a cross section of compact bone. You can see even though its bone appears to be solid, it really isn't. And then the picture on the right is showing you a mature bone cell, all wrapped up in its calcified minerals and collagen. And then we have blood. And the ground substance of blood is water, or the plasma of your blood. The fibers are the platelets that are used to clot your blood. They come from, or they're called, sometimes called fibrin, which are little fibers. And then the cells of your red blood are erythrocytes, or red blood cells. If you take the red blood cells out of your blood, then the color of your blood is clear. Okay, it's the red blood cells that make it red. So it has a liquid ground substance. Platelets are fibrin for the fibers, and red blood cells or erythrocytes. And there's our little red blood cells on the left or on the top here. And then we have white blood cells, which we'll see next. And then our platelets. Red blood cell, RBC stands for red blood cell. And then the last one is our lymphatic system. And we have the same plasma or water of your blood is what makes up your lymph, because lymph is the water of your blood. Same platelets. Same platelets that are running through your blood. If so here's your lymph, and then your cells of your lymph are your white blood cells or leukocytes. The picture, what picture? The picture of the blood cell? I'm sorry, someone keeps asking me to go back and I don't understand. This picture here? Okay. You good? Okay. All right. And then we had this picture for lymph, which we're going to study lymph in this class, so we'll get there. And then here's the slide for lymph. So leukocytes, leuco is white, erythro is red. So erythrocytes are your red blood cells, leukocytes are your white blood cells. All right, so I want to see some words here. We have looked at fascia, tendons, ligaments, cartilage, adipose, blood, bone, and lymph. So let's get a list going of what we think are the functions of connective tissue. All right, I see answers coming in. You guys should start writing them down if I say them out loud. So we have protection, binds, supports, insulate, transport. So there's 5 really incredible words. Protection, binds, as in binding, support, insulate, transport. How about just the word connect for connective tissue? Binds, supports, connects. Good. Protects various structures. So someone is putting fluid movement, so we could put that under transport. Supporting and connecting other tissues, metabolism, to connect biological components like bones and muscles together. Barriers, that's interesting. Secretion, not so much secretion. I'm trying to think about the word secretion. Holding bones together, supports and provides structure, connects, protects, repairs tissue damage, ties bones to joints, and packing material. All great answers. Let me give you just my little tiny list. Do you see anything there that I didn't read? Storing energy, compartmentalizing, and shock absorber, insulate, and immunity are things that I don't remember reading. So compartmentalize, just in your gastrocnemius alone, if you added up all the cells in your gastrocnemius and you bundled them with superficial fascia, and then you took about 20 muscle cells and bound them up again in a bundle, and then made another bundle of 20 and another bundle of 20, and then you bundled all those bundles up into another belly of a muscle, that's a way of compartmentalizing things. Your meninges compartmentalize your brain and your spinal cord from other parts of your body, your pericardium of your heart, your gut sac, your cranium, your bones of your skull compartmentalize your brain. So there's lots of ways that we put things into compartments. Okay? Shock absorbers with your fibrocartilage in your knees and in your spine and even in your jaw. Even in your jaw, the shock absorber in the meniscus that's in your jaw. Storing energy, adipose. Adipose is all about storing energy for you that you might have consumed but did not spend. And so it gets put into like a bank where you can withdraw energy from. What else? Insulate. Your adipose insulates you. In fact, most, adipose lies just under the skin. And when people do a lot of cold water swimming over a course of, an extended period of time, their adipose migrates all around to give them an insulating layer from the cold water. So most swimmers, as lean as they are, have a nice thin layer of adipose underneath their dermis, insulating their in their interior of their body. Okay, how are we doing? Let's have a drink water or hydration, whatever you're using to hydrate. And let's take another little breathing break because it's a little too early for a regular break. So let's put a hand over your heart and a hand over your belly and take a nice deep breath in through your nose and blow it out your mouth. And one more. Okay, hopefully that feels better. I started yawning again, which I hate to do when I'm teaching because I'm definitely not bored, but I'm not breathing as well, and that always kicks off a yawning party in my body. So let's see where the homework is going from here. Oh, we're going to talk about thixotropy. All right. We're going to talk about thixotropy and then going to watch a couple videos. Okay. We're going to talk about thixotropy. And so who found the answer? Who read the, so the thixotropy was talked about in your anatomy book, and thixotropy was talked about in the two handouts that followed your connective tissue homework. So who found it in either place? Good, June. Most people found them in both and in the glossary. So this is a new thing for us because thixotropy wasn't talked about in our old book, and this is the crux of our lesson is thixotropy. I'm sorry, I went to shut my door. I don't know if you guys could hear my little grandson calling. So here is Cynthia's answer. The ability of ground substance to shift between a more solid gel state and a more liquid or soluble state. Absolutely excellent work. So first of all, I want you to understand that we're talking about connective tissue proper. So we're really talking about deep fascia superficial fascia, and some tendons and ligaments. Not so sure about cartilage because cartilage doesn't have a very soft ground substance. But when we talk about thixotropy, we're going to be talking about deep fascia, superficial fascia, joint capsules, tendons, ligaments, all those things that bind us together and support us. So thixotropy itself is simply the property in a gel. Okay, it's the property of all gels, okay, meaning the oil in your car, when it's cold, is very thick. And when it gets hot, it gets thinner. So those of you that know anything about cars know this to be true. My son is a master mechanic, so I know this to be true. I also used to make Jell-O. Jell-O is a gel. That's why it's called Jell-O. And it has the property of thixotropy, meaning when it sits quietly in cold environment, it becomes a solid. And if you stir it up and create energy, it becomes a liquid. So all the ground substance that we've been talking about the last 20 or 30 minutes or so in your deep fascia, your superficial fascia, around your adipose, your tendons, your ligaments, your joint capsules, all of those have a particular connection to thixotropy. So when the ground substance in our bodies is left alone, like lack of movement, sedentary lifestyle, being in positions during the day for a long period of time, like, you know, if we were in the classroom, I would be up and walking around, but you guys would be sitting there looking straight ahead wherever I'm standing. And, you know, you're sitting all day in a chair and just like we're doing now at the computer. And as we sit, our ground substance actually can start to harden and fibers start to glue to one another. Now, when the ground substance in our bodies received heat, friction, or movement, as in massage, it becomes more fluid, and that's called sol. So there's gel state, which is hard, and there's sol state, which is more fluid. And knowing how many fibers are in our, let's talk about deep fascia, because when we're doing massage, one of the things we're really going after is deep fascia and of course superficial fascia. And we are trying to lessen the hardness and the coldness in those structures because that is a huge contributor to our muscles feeling very stiff, or that we don't maybe have a long range of motion, or turning our head is a little uncomfortable, or sitting with good posture with your shoulders back because you have connective tissue full of ground substance that, when asked to be in positions for long periods of time, tends to harden and solidify there. And when it hardens and solidifies, the fibers start to get sticky and glued to one another. Okay? So thixotropy is that property of a gel, and it's what massage therapists are thinking about all the time when they're trying to open up somebody's shoulder girdle. Okay, open up and give their neck more range of muscle. It's so much more about the fascia than it is about the muscle. Unless the muscle is in spasm, what we're really going after when we do massage is liquefying the ground substance of our muscles and then freeing up the fibers of collagen and elastin that can tend to glue to one another when our ground substance gets hard and sticky. Okay, I'm going to look at what the next slide is. Oh, I know what the next slide is. So I'm supposed to be doing a drawing. So let me find out what. So interesting. Never thought of massage this way, but totally makes sense now. Yes, it does, doesn't it? When we look at all the deep fascia just in one muscle. But now I'm going to kind of give you a little bit of a 3D picture of more than one muscle, okay? Just to get you going a little bit. If you be patient with me, I'm going to draw the back of somebody's head. Not bad. I'm going to draw some spinous processes. I want you to start thinking about what muscles are connected to the spine, the shoulder, or the scapula, and the head. I want you to start thinking about those right now. Muscles that are connected to the scapula, the spine, and the head. So I'm going to draw the scapula out here. Spine of the scapula coming out like this. Not bad, huh? I'm getting better over the years. So many. Okay, so our first muscle we have is trapezius. So I'm going to change my pen color to red. Latissimus dorsi a little bit. So trapezius, so we have the external occipital protuberance on the back of the head. And we have the anterior fibers of trapezius coming down like this. And then we have medial fibers coming across like this. And we have inferior fibers coming up like this, right? It's a little harder to draw, but here we go, trapezius. Okay, so I'm looking for muscles that are coming more up into here. So I don't have any support today, so I'm going to go back. Okay, rhomboids, okay? So rhomboids are doing this, like this, all the way down the scapula. I know this is not drawn to scale. All right, let's see, what else we have here? Levator scapula and scalon. Do you mean scalenes? Scalenes and levator scapula. So levator scapula is doing this, going across like so. Levator scapula. And then we have scalenes going down and forward down and forward. Boy, we've got a mess here, don't we? What else do we have? So we have some supraspinatus sitting up in here. What else do we have? Erector spinae. So erector spinae are real funny muscles because you have one set that starts way up here and they do kind of this overlapping of each other. Okay. And then you have a really long set that actually cross over. And then you have little sets. So it's not one solid muscle. It's actually three muscles. Splenius capitis. Capitis is starting on this side and going this way. Up and down this way, splenius capitis. Wow, what would you call this area here? What might you be concerned about up in here? I know this is not drawn to scale, but oh my gosh, we've had the trapezius. We have the rhomboids, we have levator scapula, we have splenius capitis, erector spinae, supraspinatus. Somebody mentioned subscapularis. What do we have here? Let's talk about what we have here. Okay, this is a very critical area. Sternocleidomastoid, so that's more anterior, but it could have a connection way up here in the back, right? So what do we have here? What we have here is layer upon layer upon layer upon layer of muscles, okay? Trapezius being the most superficial, and then getting to erector spinae, and then getting to rhomboid, and getting to splenius capitis, levator scapula, and so on and so on. But do all of these muscles do the same thing? Do all of these muscles do the same thing? No, we have levator scapula and trapezius are elevating the scapula. We have rector spinae and trapezius that are protracting the scapula, but not same parts. So let's say trapezius lays on top of rhomboid, which it does, and it starts getting kind of gluey and sticky and goes, oh, I'll just glue myself to the trapezius. I'll just glue myself to the rhomboids underneath, okay? And now the trapezius and levator scapula are like, let's elevate the shoulders. And levator scapula and trapezius go, okay, we do that together. But rhomboid is going, don't drag me along on your elevation of scapula. I don't do that. And so what happens if trapezius is adhesed or it has an adhesion to the rhomboids? What are the rhomboids going to do? They're going to get mad. They might send out a pain signal. You might feel really tight. You might, it might just spasm on you. The muscle cells might go, hey, wait a minute. I don't do that. Dude, go away. Leave me alone. So the point I'm trying to make is that we have layers and layers and layers of muscles. And sometimes because of thixotropy and non-movement and not good hydration and poor diet and sedentary lifestyle, we get people where we first put our hands on their back and it just feels like cement. Okay, the cement we're trying to get through is the connective tissue of the skin. And then the adipose and the superficial fascia, and then the deep fascia. We have to go through all of that before we even get to a muscle cell. Okay, we have to get through all of that before we even get to a muscle cell. And we're going to talk about muscle cells next week in depth. So today it's connective tissue. So can you see how trapezius drying out and sticking to the rhomboids can cause a problem? Can you think about a joint capsule that is not had a lot of movement? It starts drying, and then all of a sudden it has decreased range of motion. somebody's trying to, do arm circles like I was doing yesterday at the gym, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I need to get some massage on my connective tissue here because it's just not letting me go. Restrictions in movement are not always connective tissue. Sometimes they're muscle. But what is surrounding the muscle? What is holding a muscle together? Please somebody say deep fascia. Please somebody say deep fascia. Yes, connective tissue in the form of deep fascia. Okay, that deep fascia has an extreme thixotropic tendency that if it gets cold, if it gets immobile, if it doesn't get good nutrition, it's going to dry. If it dries, it's going to stick. Okay, so this is what we're looking at when we're doing massage. We are trying to release one layer and the next layer and the next layer and the next layer so that we can get free movement between muscles. Okay, we need free movement. So Jacole, am I pronouncing that correctly? Jacole? Oh, good. So Jacole is asking me, can you talk a bit about how office work can cause a lot of problems in this area? So I'm sitting at my computer right now and both of my arms from my elbows down are on the desk, which means my front of my pecs are kind of rounded, right? My arms are forward, I'm on my keyboard, I'm typing stuff to you, I'm drawing stuff. So my pecs, my pec minor and my pec major, they're kind of shortened because my arms are forward. My head is also a little bit forward because I'm trying to see my screen. I have vision issues, but even if you don't have vision issues, people usually do a forward head posture. So when you're doing these kind of postures, everything on the front is shortening. Connective tissue, I'm going to use an example in my answer, Jacole. Connective tissue is extremely obedient. Whatever you ask it to do, it will do. If you ask it to shorten by rounding your shoulders forward, it's going to shorten in front, and then it's going to be hard to stretch out your muscles. If you ask it to over lengthen in the back by shortening in the front, it's going to do that. If you have large breasts and you wear a bra, and that bra compresses down on the top of your shoulders, and you eventually get a dent in the top of your shoulders, that is reshaping of the connective tissue. It's reshaping of the connective tissue in the dermis, the connective tissue in the superficial fascia, and the deep fascia of the muscle. Okay, so you have many layers before you even get to the muscle itself, where your connective tissue can be out of shape. And so with a forward head posture and a rounded shoulders, where somebody's going to feel the pain in their trapezius and their rhomboids because the muscles are going to become over lengthened from the over lengthening of the connective tissue. So their pain and soreness is eventually going to end up on the bottom, in the back, whereas the tightness and the inability to stretch open is going to be in the anterior chest. Does that make sense? Is everyone kind of understanding what I'm talking about? Is it possible to correct? Yes, absolutely. We have to open up the chest because it's not necessarily the muscles that have become weak. It's the connective tissue that's been overstretched. Okay. So we need to loosen that fascia in the pec major and the pec minor so that the shoulders open back up and then the back muscles come back to their resting length. Does that make sense? I know it's a lot of information, but don't forget you'll have a review of this lesson on Wednesday where Dan will review the most important points of our very large conversation that we're having today, okay? Okay, I'm taking a sip of my hydration. It is time for our last break. I'm going to excuse you for 15 minutes. We've been back from lunch for an hour and 12 minutes. I'm going to give you one final break. Go ahead and check out, and then we will finish our lesson. Okay, we're back from break. Thank you, all of you that are tuning in. Let me get. All right, now I'm sending you all a message in case I don't get to the syllabus in the next day or so. I looked up in the anatomy book, and you just need, you'll get almost all of your answers from chapter 6, okay? So just in case Dan and I don't get the syllabus done till Tuesday or Wednesday, I don't want you to stress out. But I can't be stressed out either. I've got to be in class all day tomorrow. And so chapter 6 is all the muscle contraction stuff. So can everybody see that message from me? Okay, so if you're using a mobile device and you can't see the message, well, if you're on a computer, the message should pop up in your question box. But now that I think everyone is back, in case Daniel and I don't get the new syllabus done in the next 2 days, in case we don't, your homework will be done from chapter 6. Chapter 6 in the book. If you're all listening, chapter 6 is on muscle contraction. If there's an answer you can't find, I don't know why it wouldn't be in there, but look in the glossary, look in the index, or look in your coloring book, okay? Chapter 6, chapter 6, chapter 6 is the chapter you want to read in your book. That's where you should get most of the answers. I'll try to remember to repeat it again before we go, but this is in case Dan and I don't get the syllabus done right smack away, because I have somewhere to be tonight and I'll be in Laguna all day tomorrow teaching with Dan. Dan is teaching the lymph class with me. So chapter 6, chapter 6, chapter 6. Oh, good. Thank you, Elaine. Elaine wrote chapter 6, got it. That's what I like to see. Chapter 6, got it. All right, let's move on with our connective tissue homework. I think I'd really like to show you those videos now. So I'm going to play. So talking about how thixotropy works and how long-term thixotropy can build, I'm going to show you a fuzz video. So hold on to your hats. I hope everybody gets the videos loud and clear. Hopefully your mobile device will show them to you. I think with your mobile device, it has to be turned a certain way to see the video. So if you don't see it how you're seeing it now, you might turn it. Okay, sharing, show video. I'm going to show you the fuzz speech first.
Good. Yeah. So here's the thing about the fuzz. I'm going to try and do it at count. Okay. So we've seen the fuzz. You can see it now. I'll put it in over my voice. The fuzz yields to my fingertip. Sometimes I come across a stronger, thicker strand that doesn't yield to my fingertip. That represents older fuzz sometimes, or maybe it represents a nerve. But each night when you go to sleep, the interfaces between your muscles grow fuzz potentially. And in the morning when you wake up and you stretch, the fuzz melts. We melt the fuzz. That stiff feeling you have is the solidifying of your tissues. The sliding surfaces aren't sliding anymore. There's fuzz growing in between them. You need to stretch. Every cat in the world gets up in the morning and it stretches its body and it melts the fuzz in the same way that the fuzz melted when I passed my finger through it. When you're moving, it's as if you're passing your finger through the fuzz, just like I did on the cadaver form here. So you have to stretch and move and use your body in order to melt that fuzz that's building up between the sliding surfaces of your musculature. The sliding surface, those shiny white surfaces of the rectus femoris sliding against the vastus intermedialis. So these sliding surfaces are all over your body, and the fuzz is all over your body, and as you move, you melt the fuzz. Now what happens if you get an injury? Aha! My shoulder. My shoulder is stiff now. I'm holding my shoulder. I go to bed. I wake up in the morning. I don't stretch my shoulder. I'm afraid it hurts. So I'm walking around like this. Last night's fuzz doesn't get melted. I go to bed. I sleep some more. Now I have 2 nights fuzz built up. Now 2 nights fuzz is more fuzz than 1 night's fuzz. What if I have a week's fuzz or a month's fuzz? Now those fuzz fibers start lining up and intertwining and intertwangling, and all of a sudden you have thicker fibers forming. You start to have an inhibition of the potential for movement there. It's no longer simply a matter of going, ooh, ah, stretch. Now you need some work. Now you might need to do a more systematic exploration of that place to restore the original movement that you lost. And usually this is the case. We have a temporary injury, then we restore our movement. But sometimes we call this aging. The buildup of fuzz amongst the sliding surfaces of our bodies so that our motion becomes limited. The limit cycles become introduced into our normal full range of motion, and we start to walk around like this. We're all fuzzed over. Our body is literally solidifying. We're reducing our range of motion in individual areas of our body and for our entire body in general. So I believe that one of the great benefits of body work, whether it be massage or structural therapies or physical therapy or any kind of hands-on therapy, these types of therapies introduce movement manually to tissues that have become fuzzed over through lack of movement, whether the lack of movement is because of an injury and a person is protecting that injury, or because of personality expression. That was many years when I just walked around like this. I was very still and monk-like. So, and then I became a little more dynamic in my personality when I realized what I was doing to myself and the kind of life that I wanted. So you can grow fuzz by choice or by accident or whatever, and yet here, now you've heard the fuzz speech, you know that you can take responsibility for melting the fuzz, and if there's too much fuzz in your body and it's frozen up, you might want to seek help in order to introduce movement so that the new cycle is a little more movement and a little more movement and a little more movement instead of a little less movement, a little less movement, a little less movement. Fuzz represents time. The easier it is for me to pass my finger through the fuzz, the less amount of time it's been there. If I got to whip out my scalpel to dig my way through one otherwise sliding surface and another, you know that that's been building up for a long time. So you can actually see time in fuzz. That's the fuzz speech. Woohoo! We love the fuzz speech.
He is quite the character, wouldn't you say? He is quite the character. So he's talking about how fibers start growing and moving and migrating to glue to each other. I'm going to show you Another one about connective tissue right now, and I am writing down the names for those of you that are having trouble connecting, and I will type them in so that you can go look at them on YouTube. Okay? So here's the next one. It's called How to Build a Human, the Anatomy of Connective Tissue.
Let's say that you want to build a human body from scratch. In this crazy hypothetical scenario, there's going to be some store you can visit and you can shop for the tissues you need. What you'd be shopping for are essentially 4 basic tissues that comprise your entire body. So we have muscle tissue, epithelial tissue, nervous tissue, and connective tissue. Now, muscle, epithelial, and nervous are pretty intuitive. You could probably figure out where those are for the most part, but connective tissue tends to be a little more mysterious. What is it connecting? Where do you find it, and what's its purpose? All good questions, and hopefully I have a few answers for you in this video. Let's do this. Okay, so let's start by figuring out the different types of connective tissue because there are 4 different subtypes. You have cartilage, bone, general connective tissue, and blood. Blood these days is actually kind of on the fence as to whether or not we're going to keep classifying it as a connective tissue, and depending on the textbook you're looking at, you might see something different. But for our purposes, we're going to consider it a connective tissue for the time being. Let's start with cartilage because there are different types of cartilage and we also find it in different locations in the body. So there are 3 different types of cartilage found in the body. First is called hyaline cartilage, also sometimes referred to as hyaline, so whatever makes you happy, you can go ahead and call it that. Fibrocartilage and elastic cartilage. Each of these are going to have their own unique functions, so we'll take a look at them individually. So let's start off with hyaline cartilage. And in front of us, I have a trachea or windpipe, and you can kind of see how I'm able to accordion it back and forth. That's because there's a lot of flexibility in this structure, which you're going to want, especially when you start coughing or respirating in general. But if you look closely, you're going to see there are these things called cartilaginous rings, and then there's going to be other little bits of connective tissue connecting those rings. These cartilaginous rings don't form a full circle, and if I turn this around and scoot this esophagus to the side, you can see that it doesn't form a complete circle on the back side. So you'll often hear these be referred to as C-shaped rings or U-shaped rings to just reinforce the idea that it doesn't form a complete circle. But they're made of hyaline cartilage. Hyaline is the most common type of cartilage found in the body. You find this on the end of long bones, your nose is made of hyaline cartilage. In fact, when you were an embryo still inside a mom's uterus, your entire skeleton was made of hyaline cartilage. But again, its main purpose is to reduce friction, which is why it's also really glassy and smooth, which is why you find this inside of joints at the end of bones because it makes for a nice and efficient surface for the bones to articulate with. The next type of cartilage is called fibrocartilage, and you're going to find this in areas of the body that require a good amount of shock absorption. So in front of us, we're looking at the spine or vertebral column right here, and these light colored bands are going to be the intervertebral discs, and then these darker colored bands are going to be the vertebrae or backbones. So these intervertebral discs here are made of fibrocartilage. And again, this is all about shock absorption. You can kind of picture that these are cushions for all of these vertebrae which are stacked on top of each other. Without these intervertebral disc cushions, just try to imagine this for a second. What would happen if you went like that? You can just picture all those backbones slamming into each other. So it makes sense you'd need to have a cushion. The problem is they're going to be avascular, which means they don't have a good amount of blood supply and it makes it very difficult to heal from injuries like a bulging or ruptured disc. But that's a separate topic for a completely different video. But still, it's all about shock absorption. You find fibrocartilage in places such as your temporomandibular joint, where your mandible is connecting up into your cranium, or also in the knee. You may have heard of a meniscus. The menisci are types of fibrocartilage, and they are just helping to absorb shock between the femur and the tibia. The last type of cartilage is called elastic cartilage, and this is the most rare type in the body. You only find it in two places: the external ear, or your auricle, and then also in your voice box, or your larynx, and it's called the epiglottis. Now, the thing about elastic cartilage is it's all about retaining its shape. If I were to just sit and pinch my ear for like 5 minutes or so, and then release it, it would snap back. And that's because it's made of elastic cartilage. If I did that to my nose, which is made of hyaline cartilage, it would just be bent because it's not designed to retain its shape. So the question is, why is it important to retain the shape? Well, for the ear, it comes down to the reliability of sound. You see, if you just go ahead and pinch and move your outer ear around while I'm talking, you're going to hear my voice start to be distorted, and it's going to be a little difficult to get the exact location of where my voice is at. This could be a big problem if you're in the wild being chased by a tiger, or maybe if you're just trying to find somebody and they're out there yelling Marco and you just have no idea where the sound is coming from. In terms of the epiglottis, I can actually help you out here because I have one here. So what you're going to notice is that I can kind of get this going for you, a right lung that is going to be connected to the trachea, and if I bring this closely, we can see the outside of the larynx or your voice box here. Now what I want to do is turn this around, and what we can see is inside of that voice box, and we see this little flap right here. This is called the epiglottis, and that's that elastic cartilage structure. And its job is going to be to protect the airway. So as I push it down, it's going to be blocking off the entryway into the respiratory tract and making it so whatever is being swallowed goes down this posterior tube called the esophagus. So as you're swallowing food and drink, this is going to slam down and block off the airway. It makes sense that you'd want this made out of elastic cartilage so it always does its job, because if it doesn't, even just once, well, you're choking. The next type of connective tissue is probably the most intuitive, and that's going to be bone tissue. So in front of you, I have a real human skeleton. Now, bone tissue serves a variety of different functions, including calcium and mineral storage, blood cell formation, fat storage, and also as an attachment site for muscles. In fact, if you didn't have bone tissue, you'd just be this puddle of soft tissue on the floor. It's extremely important. It's also very much alive. I know a lot of times, at least in my eyes, it's easy to think of bone as like almost these rocks inside of your body, but that's not true. Your bones aren't fossilized. Your bones are very much alive, and if you were to microscopically zoom in on this bone, well, not this one, but a living bone, you would find that there are cells that are very much alive. This next one is probably the least intuitive of all the different types of connective tissue. It's called general connective tissue, and there are 3 different subtypes of it. You have what's called connective tissue proper, reticular tissue, and adipose tissue. Now, in a later video, we're going to be going into the specifics of general connective tissue and all of its many nuances. But for now, we're going to keep it simple and generalize things and just say it's kind of like the soft, fatty, and protein-dense tissue that wraps and connects all the different structures in the body. Now, the thing I want you to understand about this is that it is everywhere. So what I have in front of you is going to be a chest plate. So you can see the umbilicus, but you see all this white stuff on top of the ab muscles? That is all general connective tissue. Those are collagen proteins, and collagen is extremely tough. I believe it is rated up to about 17,000 pounds per square inch in its tensile strength, which means it is really good at resisting getting pulled apart. So if you have a tough tissue like this, you're going to want to put it pretty much everywhere. In fact, collagen is inside of bones. It wraps around the outside of bones. Collagen wraps the outside of nerves, of muscle cells, of blood vessels. Collagen is absolutely everywhere. Here, and I can even show you this really cool view, and you can see just all that kind of looks like spider webs or cobwebs. Those are all just collagen spindles between the oblique muscles. So you may have even heard the term fascia, and that is a type of general connective tissue. So in my eyes, general connective tissue, while at first glance may be the least intuitive, once you know what it is, it's probably the most intuitive because it is what literally connects everything in your body. And lastly, we have blood. Now, as I mentioned earlier, anatomists are currently discussing reclassifying this, saying that it's no longer connective tissue, but as of this moment, most textbooks are still saying that it's a connective tissue, so we're just gonna go ahead and keep it that way. But this probably makes sense to you. Blood is literally everywhere. I mean, this is the life force for cells. Blood is what carries oxygen and nutrients and also removes the waste that the cells produce. So it makes sense that you'd have blood pretty much everywhere in the body. There are very few structures that are called avascular, meaning they don't have a blood supply. So again, this one probably makes a lot of sense to you. Okay, so now that we know all the different types of connective tissues, I want you to know that I'm a big fan of what are called mnemonic devices. These are memory tricks that help you kind of consolidate and put a lot of information into an easy to digest package. So the one that I've been teaching my students for years is the CBGBs. It's kind of like saying the heebie-jeebies. And so CBGBs stands for cartilage, bone, general connective tissue, and blood. You can actually switch around the B's if you want to put blood first and then bone. It really doesn't matter. It's whatever makes you happy, because this is just a tool for you to be able to remember all the different types of connective tissues. Again, I find mnemonic devices to be extremely useful, so I really recommend taking this one to heart. Thanks for watching, everybody, but before you go, do you want to look as amazing as I do wearing an Institute of Human Anatomy shirt? If you do, we are selling merchandise, and you'll find a link to that down below, so be sure to check out our store, and then you can show everybody just how much anatomical knowledge you have, or just how cool you are. But thanks again for watching, and I will see you in the next video.
Hey. Okay, let's move on. Let me get rid of this drawing. Pen. Okay, so in our homework, the next thing we were moving into is adhesions, and we've already started talking about them when we were talking about one muscle gluing to another muscle. So it's really important for us to talk about the effects of an adhesion. So an adhesion is when something glues to something else. So in the first example I gave you, I was talking about where the trapezius might stick itself onto the rhomboid. Okay, so we'll restrict flexibility. We can definitely limit blood flow, lowering metabolic rate, because if we have lots of fibers sticking to lots of fibers from one muscle to another, we definitely have that propensity to keep nutrients and oxygen from getting inside the actual to the muscle cell, which is fairly deep inside the belly of a muscle. Remember how many layers of fascia we have to go through in order to just get to a single muscle cell. I'll talk about obstruction in a minute, and organ function may cause a trigger point. So we have a couple of scenarios where our connective tissue might get so tight that fluid flow, blood flow, is restricted to get in or out of the actual muscle cell itself. And when oxygen or nutrients are restricted and we get ischemia, so ischemia is the term used when there's limited or no blood flow to an area. We could get ischemic tissue, which could then start to cause an ulceration in a muscle or the connective tissue, which could also start a trigger point. Another way of getting a trigger point we'll talk about next week in Nerve Day Independent movement of muscles, we've already talked about. The trapezius trying to take the rhomboid with it, and rhomboid's like, no, I don't really want to go that way. But I want to talk a little bit about obstruction and proper organ function. So, my ability to draw is not that well, of course, on here. So I'm going to get a pen and I'm going to do my best. But what I want you to think of here is, this is a body laying down on their back, and this is their abdomen and chest, and their thigh and their knee and their leg. And then here's the head and the chin, and I'm not going to be good drawing their face. Like so, like this, and here's their back. Okay. And their butt. Okay. Not too good, but not that bad. Anyway, so I want you to think about if we had, so here's the belly. Here's maybe the belly button right here. So let's think about the tissue that we have to get through in order to get all the way down to the organs. What are the layers of connective tissue we might have to get through if we were, let's say, right over the stomach or right over the bladder? What kind of tissues would we have to get through? What's the first layer of connective tissue we find? Okay, I'm having trouble getting to your answers. So the question is, if I were to start on top of your skin on your belly, where's the first place I'm going to run into connective tissue? Epithelial is not connective tissue. So epidermis would not be a correct answer. Yeah, the dermis. Isn't that our first layer of connective tissue? That's what holds the dermis together. So here we have the layer of the dermis. Okay. What's what's right underneath the dermis? What's right underneath the dermis? Yeah, okay, so right underneath the dermis is where we find that subcutaneous layer, right? And we have two different types of connective tissue there. One is adipose, which you're all talking about. So we have adipose. And then what holds all the adipose together? What holds the adipose together? What type of fascia? Not deep yet. We have one other one, but yes, Alexandra, superficial fascia, right? Superficial fascia connects the dermis. Superficial fascia connects the dermis to the deep fascia underneath. So, and it weaves its way through the adipose like so, right? Okay, now what layer of fascia do we hit? After superficial fascia, now we get to the deep fascia, right? Now we have layers, thick layers of deep fascia. What are the thick layers of deep fascia surrounding? They're surrounding muscle. All right, so we have layers and layers and layers of deep fascia. Now the next layer we get to, Rachel, is our organs. So we have a stomach. Let's say we have a stomach, and then we have all kinds of small intestines doing this. And then we have large intestines going in a square, and we have a bladder down here. And we have a liver over here and a pancreas, and it's just a mess. But what layer of fascia did we forget about before the organs? What's the sac that surrounds the organs? Did somebody say peritoneum? So peritoneum that surrounds the organs. So I hope somebody said the peritoneum. Yes, and now we're in the organ sac, and we have large intestines and small intestine and pancreas and spleen and kidneys and bladder and stomach and uterus and prostate. And what's connecting all of those each other? Yeah, it's kind of like reticular fascia. It comes under loose areolar. You're exactly correct, Corey. Those reticular fibers, those little tiny fibers that are keeping the bladder connected to the uterus or the bladder connected to the prostate. I'll tell you guys a quick story. My mother-in-law had a hysterectomy when she was very young, like in her 40s, I think, early 40s. And by the time she was in her 60s, her bladder literally fell out through her vagina. Now, it didn't fall out of the body because it was still connected, but it fell out through the vagina. Yeah. And she had to wear a cup. Yes, it prolapsed. And she had to wear a cup to push it back in until they could go in and re-sew it in. So what happened? That a female uterus has a connective tissue connection to the uterus to the bladder. Well, the bladder kind of hangs off the uterus. Well, when they took the uterus out, they never thought, oh, what actually is what's keeping the uterus and the bladder connected to each other, and what happens if we take one of them out? So the connective tissue was actually removed, and her bladder came out through her vagina. So she had to have surgery to tack it back up. And they usually use a mesh, same mesh they use for hernia surgery. So that's actually bad news because I had one too when I was 45. So I bet you that in these modern times, I'm not mentioning names, but in these modern times, that they know better and they tack it up. They sew it to something else in the body, maybe using cadaver connective tissue. I have cadaver connective tissue sewn into my face above my eye because my eye is paralyzed, and so I need something to hold it open. So I have some connective tissue in my face. So don't be freaked out. These are things we learned along the way. But the reason I'm bringing this up is I had a client who I knew for many years, and her job as an operating room nurse was to stand up all day, okay? Stand up all day. And then one day she got too old to stand up all day. And so she had to start doing a manager job, and she started sitting down. Well, all these years I've been treating her for hip pain, and now she's sitting down. And not only does she have hip pain, but she also has spastic bowel. And so what I found out through my research is that when she started to sit down, all the connective tissue in the front started to shrink and trying to guard that hip pain. And I was working on it and working on it and working on it. And I worked on her glutes and her thighs and her adductors and her IT band and her low back. I worked on everything. And even though I could change her hip pain, I couldn't get it to go away for very long. And then I remembered, because I'm an anatomy teacher, I'm like, oh my gosh, we have fascia, all that fascia in the abdomen. Your psoas is in the abdomen. That's a hip flexor. You know, we have all that fascia in the abdomen. I started working in the abdomen. And not only did we finally finish that hip pain, but we also got rid of her spastic bowel. Because what was happening was the scar tissue that was building up from her hip being in pain all the time, the connective tissue was just gluing and adhesing and gluing and adhesing, trying to stabilize this new body position. And it got to where it was choking off the bowel. Okay. So, one of the reasons we talk about this, another incident might be like somebody who gets an injury in the abdomen, maybe from a car accident, maybe from a fall, maybe, you know, kids wrestling, you get punched in the stomach. And that injury causes inflammation within the connective tissue and inflammation from the injury. And now you have these inflamed tissues and they're starting to adhere to one another because they're trying to protect themselves. And that, or let's say somebody has a surgery that they can't do laparoscopically and they have to cut you all the way open. And when we think about all the layers and layers and layers, starting with the skin, in the dermis is connective tissue. And then the superficial fascia and the adipose, and then the deep fascia, and then the peritoneum, and then let's get into the organ area. So part of what can happen with adhesions as well is either scar tissue from surgery, scar tissue from an injury, scar tissue from a chronic position that someone stays in. And if that adhesion starts to grow, it can actually interfere with organs, causing an obstruction or actually proper organ function. So learning visceral massage sometime in your advanced training, working in the abdomen and the viscera and opening up all that connective tissue as well, because it's everywhere. It holds everything together. Okay, so that's why we're talking about adhesions. How's everybody doing? It's a lot of information, but it's information that I hope makes sense. I'm doing great. I'm doing great. I got dressed for my evening while you guys were watching the video, and my throat's a little raw from lots of talking, but I get to do it again for 8 hours tomorrow, so that's fine. I'm new to it. All right, let me get this slide cleaned up. Erase all drawings. Get my pen back, my not pen back. Yeah, I'm a busy bee, but that's part of what you do when you're grieving is you keep yourself really, really busy so that you don't have to think about it. I need to leave a bit early. Thank you. Have a good day. All right, T, thank you. Have a good day. Okay, let's go to the next slide, see what we're looking at. So aging on connective tissue. Number one, we know that we get drier. We get less flexible, less vascular, which is blood. We get a decrease in adipose. Our elastic fibers lose their elasticity. tissues become much, much more dehydrated. Healing is definitely slower the older we get. And you know that dehydration and drying is poison to our connective tissue. We need our connective tissue to be fluid and to be in a sol state, more soluble, more liquid. We need them to be that way so that healing can get through. If we have time, we're going to talk about a handout that you have. In fact, if we don't get to it, I'm going to want you to read it. So I'm going to tell you what page it's on in your handout. It is page 57. So write down page 57. If we don't get to it by 4, then I want you guys to read it on your own. So hopefully you're getting this slide down. Is everybody good? Can I move on? All right. Oh no, Carlos. Go ahead, Carlos. Let me know when you're finished. Almost done? All right. Thank you. So we already know this. Loose areolar is found deep to the dermis, but it's also found deep in the muscle, surrounding muscle cells. It's what connects, and it's also what connects the skin to the muscle. Okay, you guys should have all of this information already. And then deep fascia, we'll go over these definitions next week, okay? So don't worry about these today. We know that deep fascia is what covers muscle. If we have time, we'll come back, but these are on your homework for next week. I want to get into the FYIs so that we don't forget them, and then we'll come back to whatever we didn't finish. Where are you asking me to go back to? Superficial fascia? Okay? Miriam, you have it? No, you guys don't do the FYIs, I do them. Okay. So deep fascia, these 3 words are on your homework for next week. Bodywork and connective tissue. So here's the most important ones. Warms the ground substance, right? Liquefies and warms the ground substance so that it unglues muscle fibers, allowing more even arrangement. Increases your range of motion and independent muscle movement. These are super important because this is really what it's all about. This is why we're doing massage. Okay, this is why we're doing massage. We want to create independent muscle movement. We want to liquefy that ground substance. That's what this lesson is all about. Ungluing the trapezius from the rhomboids, or ungluing trapezius from levator scapula, or even the gastrocnemius from the soleus, because even though one of their actions is the same, their second action is not. So they would really like to move independent of one another. And that's what we're doing here. Stimulating production of fibroblasts, that is for healing. So the more massage we get, the more healing we can get in our fascia, or the more stretching, exercise. Stretching, exercise, and massage all creates fibroblast activity. Raises energy levels, creates fluidity so that nutrients and waste can get in and out, and facilitates faster healing. I'll give you a minute to get these down. So cellulite, the appearance of cellulite. I want to explain that men and women have different arrangements in their superficial fascia, which is why women, poor women, get more appearance of cellulite than men do. So if you remember, you don't need to write this down, but if you remember this slide way back here, when I drew the superficial fascia going up and down and up and down and up and down. So now that you understand thixotropy, if something dries, it shrinks, okay? If something dries, It usually shrinks. So when it dries and shrinks, that superficial fascia tends to pull down on the dermis, and it gives that pucker kind of look or the appearance of cellulite. So a lot of cellulite is caused from tissue being dehydrated, both in dehydration on all levels, in the superficial fascia, maybe actually in the skin. So a really great answer to the appearance of cellulite is massage, because with massage, you're heating it, you're stirring it, and you're reliquefying the ground substance, which superficial fascia has a lot of ground substance. And so it's really affected by dehydration, and it gives this puckered look on top of the skin. So honest to goodness, cellulite does not have a lot to do with how much adipose there is. It's more about dehydration and shrinking of tissues. So if you look at a thigh cream or a cellulite cream that costs a whole bunch of money, you're going to notice that there's always, there's usually caffeine in there. There's usually a warming agent. And then the directions are to massage it in so many minutes a day. So you could take a warming lotion that we sell at Healing Hands, and you could massage it, into someone's thighs and teach them how to do it, and perhaps change the look of their cellulite. So I had a mother and a daughter when I was first a teacher here. And when I was teaching about this, they decided to massage one of their thighs every day with, I think they used Tiger Balm. Massage every day for a month. And at the end of the month, the difference between their thighs was phenomenal. It was phenomenal. So the skin was much smoother over the leg that they had been massaging for the past month. So, you're not going to advertise that you can cure cellulite, but you can sure explain to your clients what massage could do for it and what frequent massage could do for their cellulite. So in the FYIs, we have tightness of your clothing. So earlier, the FYIs are just reminders for me about what I want to make sure I cover throughout the day. And this statement goes back to connective tissue being so obedient that if you ask it to change shape, it will. Okay, you put it in a certain position and it's going to want to stay there. So you can wear super tight clothing or wear, I'll never forget the first Pirates of the Caribbean where Keira Knightley's got a corset on so tight that it's restricting her breathing and she falls into the ocean. So there's a connective tissue clothing faux pas right there. All right. Okay, meniscus tear, which is cartilage. I know I didn't say anything earlier, but cartilage has no blood supply at all, no blood supply. So it doesn't really repair. So sometimes they need to be surgically repaired. Weight-bearing exercise, pulling on the deep tissue and the periosteum stimulates fibroblast production. So it could actually stimulate wound healing. and the difference between a strain and a sprain. So a strain, I look at the T in the word strain and I think of tendon, and tendon is attached to muscle. And so that's where strain involves the muscle and the tendon. So it's not as serious as a sprain, where the sprain involves the ligament and it's more severe injury. It can actually even be more severe than a broken bone. Okay, it can take a lot longer to heal than a broken bone can. Protocol for muscular injuries is RICE, rest, ice compression, elevation. This has been changed for emergency situations, but I think it's going to stay like this until the governments catch up with the standardized testing. So okay. All righty. We have one more thing to get to. A sprain, yes. I will right now while I'm getting on the internet. So I'm getting logged into ABMP while you're finishing that. But I really want to take a couple minutes to talk about page 57 in your handouts on piezoelectricity, because I think it's really, really important. So I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to find it. I'm going to bring it up and I'm going to let you in on what I'm doing on my screen right now. Okay, did your screen change? And it says piezoelectricity now? I hope that's a yes. Why I find this so fascinating is because number one, it was studied first, I think, with reflexology. So the definition, piezoelectricity is the ability of inorganic and organic matter to generate electrical potentials in response to pure mechanical deformation, meaning to change its shape, without application of any external electric or magnetic field. In other words, the inorganic or organic matter has inner ability to generate independent electricity in response to simple mechanical deformation. We have this same ability because if you read the other handout, we are a liquid crystal. So your fascia is a piezoelectric tissue. So a therapist utilizing the gentle sustained pressure of, let's say, myofascial release through compression, stretching or twisting, creates this piezoelectrical effect. This facilitates the extracellular matrix, this is our ground substance, to transform it as it goes through a solid to fluid reorganization. Fascia behaves as an electrically conductive medium, which allows this vasoelastic tissue to rehydrate under the sustained pressure of the therapist's hands. Piezoelectricity literally means pressure therapy. Crystalline arrangements are the rule in living tissue. These crystals are piezoelectrical, meaning they generate electric fields when compressed or stretched. When a bone or cartilage is compressed, or a tendon or ligament stretched, or when skin is stretched, electric pulsations are created. The colloidal gel, which is your ground substance, of soft tissue, which makes up the ground substance that embeds all of the connective tissue and collagen in the body, is influenced by electrical fields. These electric fields are one of the factors that influence the gel to solvent melting. Remember, fascial release causes the thixotropic gel to change to a liquid form, allowing the dehydrated gel to expel its toxins and return to the normal gel state. The other part of this piezoelectrically induced current activates the healing processes in the stimulated area. So when we press on collagen, it puts out a negative signal. When we are out of balance, we're more in a positive state. And so by adding negative energy to our positive, it brings us homeostatically towards healing. So this mechanically induced electrical energy has great regulatory effect on the cellular and molecular levels. Tissue loading, causing a deformation of collagen, so when we're doing massage, increases the negative charge in soft tissues. These negative potentials have a strong impact on the tissues in the loaded area. A present-day method for treating slow healing fractures is the use of piezoelectricity, which causes an increase in bone growth. So you can read that whole thing again by yourself, but essentially, is this in the old book? I don't think so. It's in the new book though, but that's why I have this article because, and I don't know what old book you're using because we're not supposed to be using an old book. So I don't know what old book you're using, but this is in the new book. So just think about when you are forming collagen. Collagen is everywhere. Collagen is going to put out a negative charge, which then if we have our connective tissue in a fluid state, then we are sending this negative charge, which is healing throughout all of our connective tissue. Okay. All right, so we're going to do a quick 2 exams in fascia, and then I'm going to send you on your way for the day. Okay, a practice quiz. The elasticity of skin, blood vessels, and lung tissue is provided by what? I'm going to give you guys not very much time because I would like to do 2 quizzes. So most of you are picking B. So it is correct. This component of connective tissue is in contact with most cells of the body and makes up a good portion of the intercellular fluids. Okay, most of you are saying ground substance. Awesome job. One of the 3 fibers found in connective tissue. Okay, all of you are saying A. Awesome. A phenomenon in which something becomes deformed when an outside force manipulates it and slowly returns to its normal orientation. Okay, most of you are picking A. So no, not A. What do you want me to pick next? B? Nope. a phenomenon in which something becomes deformed. Viscoelasticity, good job. A lot of you did put D, I just didn't catch it fast. One of the three fibers in connective tissue. Good, A. The ability of tissue to generate electrical potentials in response to mechanical deformation. All of you are putting B. There you go, piezoelectricity. One of three fibers, here's our last one in connective tissue. Yep, most of you are putting C, reticular. This type of fascia occurs just below the skin and anchors the skin to underlying structures. Excellent. Superficial fascia. The fluid produced by fibroblasts surrounds the cells in the body to support cellular metabolism. Excellent, you're all picking ground substance. And our last question, this fluid acts as a lubricant and spacer and keeps things from sticking together. Again, ground substance. You guys did great. Let me go to pathology. Let me go to study subjects, pathology, and see if we have anything in the fascial system. We don't have anything in the fascial system when it comes to that, just anatomy. Well, I don't think we have a lot of questions, but I'll try one more quick quiz and see if we get many different questions. One way that fascia maintains the structural integrity of the body. Okay, we've got, everybody is all over the place. Oh, lots of B's. There you go. Separates individual structures without losing the connection between them. Good job. Fascia moves between a sol and gel state easily when manipulated by massage because. Excellent. You're all putting C. Good job. The connective tissue matrix of ground substance and fibers is composed predominantly of most of you are picking B. Excellent. One of three fibers, we already know these. So I'm going to pick reticular. The composition of this fluid can fluctuate from a sol state to a thick gel-like. Ground substance. Okay, 5 more questions and we're done. When collagen fibers pack down and hydrogen bonding between them increases, this is called what? When they pack down. Good. Adhesion. These delicate collagen strands form networks that support skeletal and smooth muscle cells and nerves and provide framework for soft organs like the spleen. Oh, good. A lot of you are picking A, reticular fibers. One of three fibers we know is collagen. When fascia is in a sol state, it is more solid. Nope. What's next? Fluid. Remember, sol means soluble, not solid. That's a little bit hard concept to get. This fluid acts as a lubricant and spacer. We've already had this. So I'll pick ground substance. And that's it. You guys, you did great. You did great, great, great. I encourage you to read that piezoelectrical. Make sure you've read the other handouts. And remember, chapter 6 is where you're going to find your homework in case we don't get the syllabus done for a couple of days. It was really great to be with you guys today. Go ahead and log off and say goodbye. And let me wait for you to do that. Have a really great week. I'll see you next. Oh, you are welcome. I hope you enjoyed today. I'll see some of you tomorrow. See you next time. Bye. See you tomorrow. Fong, are you there? Fong Pham, are you there? Have you checked in, checked out today? See you next week, Joanna. And Alexis, are you there? Oh yeah, logging out. See you next week. And Fong, are you there? Nope, everyone's gone.